Very good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, Prof.
Yes, we
Okay.
can.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. All right. So we're gonna start with the training this morning, so that because there are lots of things that we need to do, and this is online, so I'm trying my best to make it as interactive as possible. So do bear with me. Right. Allow me to share some slides. Okay. Right. Right. If you are if you have registered for this particular training session, this is coaching in higher education for professional practice. And I'm Fauziah Abdul Rahim, will be handling this session. Yeah, that's the poster that you have was given to you, right? And for the workshop learning outcomes, basically there are two. Number one is actually to identify the competencies needed when coaching various people in their professional life in higher education context. So all of you who will be dealing with various people in the higher education context, so how these coaching skills can help you, yeah, in those various contexts. And then we'll do a little bit of hands-on if time permits. Then umur 18 hingga 65 tahun. Anda layak menerima skim perlindungan nasional. Okay, somebody is actually driving and listening to the radio code. Okay, the other thing is to reflect on their practices of coaching skills based on the situation given. So we are going to do a little bit of virtual hands-on session later on. So again, these are the two basic learning outcome. And as I wrote here, in this online interactive micro version of the coaching session, why do I say micro version? Because this particular module is basically part of an ACAP module, which Prof Azizi, myself, and Prof Abdul helped to design for ACAP, which is called Coaching and Mentoring for Excellence. Unfortunately, since 2018, I think that was the last time when we did the training, because of ACAP's change of direction and all that. I think they kind of stopped the training at ACAP, but we at UUM continue to do this in our university because we think that these skills are important. I mean, based on our experiences conducting the session with various leaders in the institution of higher learning, they find that the skills are helpful for them, because mostly when those people who were invited under ACAP were either deans or deputy vice chancellors, or deputy deans, and even coordinators, and even directors and deputy directors. So so whatever that I'm sharing here, I would like to acknowledge that many of the materials are actually coming from the ACAP module, and I would like to acknowledge my other colleagues who have also contributed to this. So going back to what we have today, from 9 to 10:30, inshallah, we will be starting with the connection and expectation and giving the overview of coaching in the context of higher education. And then we'll be looking at the coaching skills, yeah, the myth, the mistakes, and the fix. And then we'll have a short break, hopefully. Sometimes we get carried away, forget. So if you remember, please remind me, because I get carried away, especially when I have the mic. And then from 11 to 12:30, we will have the virtual hands-on coaching session. And before we finish by 1 o'clock, between 12:30 to 1, you will be doing your reflection. Why is this important? Well, I think all of you are very much aware of the various colored books that we have under the Ministry of Higher Education since 2016, 2015, basically, when we have the Malaysian Higher Education Blueprint, in it, there are 10 thrusts, and this particular coaching and mentoring skills, but specifically coaching in this session, is suitable or is related to the shift 2, which is talent excellence. So it's part of the talent development, and I'm glad. Actually, Prof. Heidi, you're overqualified to be here, but Alhamdulillah that you are here. Thank you. All of you are going to be.
Jenguk-jenguk je.
Jenguk-jenguk. Oh, okay. Oh, jenguk-jenguk nak check. Okay. And the rest of you, I am sure one day, inshallah, you will be leaders of this university, and it would be good to know how what kind of skills that you would be you can harness, in order to mobilize people around you. Because regardless whether it is in the corporate sector or in the academic context, leaders must have certain qualities. Of course, it can be divided into these 3 sub heading, which is visioning and setting an example. A leader without vision, says Professor Kalam from India. He says a leader without vision is like a nomad without the north star. You don't know where you're heading. So the leaders must have visions, and they also have to set example. And apart from that, another quality that should have in the leaders is the fact that they empower and energize people somehow to work. And finally, leading the team. So if you look at those little sub attributes of the 3 bigger attributes, coach number 10 is part of the leading the team, where you coach and you bring out the best in your people. So that's where this is important in becoming the leader. And you and I know that our lives as living in the academe, we lead a very multi roles, multi responsibilities. Largely we are a lecturer. We teach. We plan our classes so that it is interesting for our students and engaging for our students so that they can learn and achieve the outcomes. But apart from that, we also supervise doctoral students and postgraduate students, or even undergraduate students for their final year projects. And we are definitely writers. Okay. Sorry for that. We also are writers because we have to publish. Apart from that, we also are researchers because we have to do research. And some of us have to administer. Well, actually, it's not just some. Even if you don't hold a position, you are an administrator at some point of time in your little committees that you have in the school and all that. And also, at a certain point of time, we are also considered, also acknowledged as consultants. So the myriad roles and responsibilities gives us the opportunities to meet various people for various reasons, and because of that, because of the various contexts, we deal with various opportunities for us to harness the potential of not only ourselves but also people around us. Right. As usual, when I do things, I will start with the activity. So what you're going to do, how many of us are in here? Hang on a minute. Alamak, sorry about that. There are
28.
Yeah, 28 tu campur dengan everybody, so it's like 28. Okay lah, between 3 to 4 people in a group. Ayin, are you there?
Yeah, bro. Yes.
Stand by for
Breakout.
Yeah, except for UTLC Fauziah Abdul Rahim. That one you don't need to break out. That means the other people.
Kita ada 4 orang daripada TIC.
Okay, so that means 24 lah kan?
Ya.
So 24 make 6 orang dalam satu kumpulan.
Okay.
And so when you are in your respective group, please make sure that you remember no. Tak apa. You just stay in that group. And what you have to do is to take turns to write this. I'm going to give you the Padlet where you are going to find this template, and you can do it together lah. You can, because there are 6 people in your group. 6 times 4 is 24, right? Yeah. So I've done four groups. So I think 6 people will be manageable for each of the members to contribute to fill up as many as you can, the cells as many as you can, before we share it with the rest. So anybody wants to ask me any questions about this before we break it up into group? So I'll be going into your groups to see what you're doing.
Prof, group ni random eh?
Random.
Alright, okay.
If you what I'm asking you to do is actually, if you're doing teaching, why and when do you think that you need to develop people? How and who? And then what are the challenges? So just write point forms lah. So that's for teaching, supervision, research, publication, consultation or training, academic administration, HE administration. So academic administration will be more like the dean and the deputy dean and all that. HE administration will be like if you have been a penolong naib chancellor or naib chancellor or timbalan naib chancellor and all that. So that would be HE administration lah. Right. So what I need you to do is to either you click on that in your HTTP, or you scan the barcode and QR code, and you will be able to be directed to the Padlet. Are you able to do that?
Apa task dia sekali lagi, Prof?
Macam mana?
Apa task dia sekali lagi?
Recording in progress.
Tak dengar lagi sekali.
Apa task dia sekali lagi, Prof?
Task dia. Okay, task dia ialah, kan ada yang ni, you akan dapat, kalau you buka yang tu, you akan jumpa Padlet, cari yang ni. Saya nak kena tunjuk Padlet lah pula. Kejap ya. Okay, so you will see this, right? Am I right? When you scan just now. Okay, need to.
Where do we scan, Prof?
Okay, hang on a minute. If the scan, hang on a minute, yeah. Then I got to stop sharing and share here. Yeah, you scan that. It's either that or you, inshallah.
Scan by using apa?
Scan by using normal scanner dalam, you ada download tak? Ada.
Oh, attendance ke apa?
Bukan attendance. Yang ni jangan pakai UUM-nya. It will not. It will not be suitable. Yang ni yang scan untuk semua macam mana kita nak pakai tu? Apa nak cakap ni?
Handphone.
Dalam handphone juga kan dia ada macam yang scanner kan.
Oh, kamera boleh.
Ah,
Oh, okay. Mau keluar kat handphone.
tak apa lah, isilah dalam Padlet.
Yeah, I've also shared
Oh,
the I've shared the Padlet punya link just in case kalau orang tak boleh nak scan kan. Boleh?
boleh.
So kalau you scan tadi ni akan jumpa Padlet punya link kan?
So masuk saja grup mana-mana.
Okay, kalau once sudah buka, nampak tak yang mula-mula ni, group activity?
Ya, nampak.
Okay, so nanti kita akan masukkan you dalam group masing-masing lah, group 1, group 2, group 3, group 4. So nanti bila kita buat breakout session, tolong accept lah so that you can go into your breakout session. Then once you're in your group breakout session, double click this and you'll be able to download yang ni dan start isi dan masukkan dalam group masing-masing. Kalau group 1, bubuh dalam group 1. So all you need to do is just to tekan this plus sign. So if you tekan this plus sign, dia akan bagi kat you untuk nak download lah. If you want to download, you click on that and you'll be able to download. Download like that. Boleh ya? Everybody okay? Okay. So okay, now Ain, they are ready for breakout session.
Okay, sure, Prof. So, berapa minit, Prof? Nak open room?
10 minit.
Breakout room, 10 minutes.
So in 10 minutes, do as much as you can.
Okay. So we have 4 rooms, right?
Correct. So depending on how many people that we have
Yeah,
right
yeah,
now,
yeah,
'cause
yeah.
there are some who have left. So between 5 to 6 people lah, kan?
Okay.
Ke dah less dah. Maybe 5 people good.
5 people, yeah.
Between 4 to 5 people.
So open
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, you all have to accept ya. Kalau you all tak accept, dia tak akan masuk.
Yeah, correct.
So yang not join tu sebab apa ni?
Ada yang baru masuk, Prof. Apa nanti I manual assign.
Okay. So I can join mana-mana, right?
Yes, Prof.
Thank you. Ayin,
Ya, Prof. Yes.
bagi ekstra 2 minit.
Okay, boleh.
Nanti bagi tahu dekat depa suruh
Nanti
masuk balik
broadcast
lah.
message lah.
Just checking yang the rest of you who are in this group, are you all here or you're here but you're not here? Dr. Masudi, are you here? Dr. Zam, are you here? Oh, hilang terus Dr. Zam.
Dr. Masudi dengan Dr. Faizal.
Dr. Faizal Zulhumadi ni.
Ya.
Dr. Faizal ni dia dah masuk group 1 tak silap Sekejap
Oh, mungkin dia join 2 device kot, Prof. Maybe 2 device. Okay.
Ya. Dia
Dr.
pakai 2 device, that's right.
Ya, betul. Cuma Dr.
Izwan,
Masudi je lah.
Izwan machine 2 ni baru masuk ni apa hai?
Dr. Izwan.
Dr. Masudi, are you here? Tak. Okay lah. Kita bagi 2 minit extra kan? So
Yes, Prof.
tak kira nanti you yang tertarik depa masuk kan?
Nanti Ingan close the room
Okay.
Okay. Okay, Prof. Boleh close
Okay.
Alright. Thirty second.
30 second sebelum depa masuk.
Yeah.
Okay. So that means I still can do.
Alright. Okay. Alright, Prof.
Welcome back everybody.
Tak sempat siap. Prof.
Tak apa. Kak,
Tiga.
it's okay. Sebab Kak dah kata in 10 minutes discuss and fill up the cells to the
Alamak,
best
kami
of
syok
your
bukan kami sembang, kami banyak input. So
banyak
itu
input.
lah.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, if you can put your upload the files based on your groups, please.
Okay, start. Group.
Tak
Wah,
nak cari macam mana nak upload pula ni.
Itulah.
tak apa. InsyaAllah saya boleh buat ni.
Nasib
rasanya-
baik orang muda tu dia tahu.
Rasanya boleh handle lah ni. Hari ni boleh handle.
Alhamdulillah. Selamat
InsyaAllah.
satu.
InsyaAllah.
That's why.
Mana dia?
Yeah, I'm letting you have a flair of working in groups and collaboratively. This is how your students will go through too. You know, when you allow them to have the opportunity to work in groups, you will see that they have strength that they can share. Yang tu yang kita nak, skills, and from there you can actually learn from each other lah. Alhamdulillah.
Assalamualaikum, Prof. I'm so
Alamak,
sorry. I do not know how to upload it.
You click
Sama lagi.
your group was group 4.
I also cannot remember what group I'm in. I just remember that the
Group
group,
three,
was
group
chirpy. Very
three.
good.
Dr. Mina, group 3. Room.
Okay, group 3. Okay. Dr. Min, if you look at group 3 ni, dia ada plus sign ni. Nampak tak plus sign ni?
Group 1 dah masuk dah.
If you go to the Padlet, your own Padlet lah, yang you dah buka, dia ada plus sign ni kan? Yang I tengah tunjuk dekat okay, click on that for group 3. Then dia akan minta you upload lah. So you upload lah mana you simpan you punya dokumen tadi tu. So preferably save it in the desktop, then you can just you tahulah dekat mana you simpan kan.
Oh, okay. If I save it first, perhaps I can do it because I can't find the button. Prof, I'm so sorry. I'm so not
okay.
Technologically savvy.
Familiar.
It's okay. We will work this out while we're doing coaching. We'll also learning to use Padlet, and hopefully all of you can, some of you who have not used Padlet can actually use Padlet too. Right. Nanti later on, if you can, before end of the session, please make sure that you join lah. You join as in log in lah, so that you will your names will appear. Kalau tidak sekarang ni anonymous ya. Sebab masa reflection tu everybody kena tulis reflection. So now tak apa, nanti later tu kena lepas kita dah download semua bahan-bahan ni, best for you to log in lah so that your name will appear. Right, it's okay. So we will come back to this later, or maybe any of the groups want to share while Dr. Min settle this. Dr. Min, if you have any problems, let me know, okay? Macam mana nak masukkan? But basically, it's just the plus sign. Lepas tu you click that plus sign and then you upload the bahan yang you dah isi tu. That will be good enough. Any groups want to volunteer to share so that I can share with everybody? Group 1, group 2, group 4. Alamak, ni apa pula? Mesyuarat apa ni? Okay.
Prof, I'm so sorry, Prof. I already save onto my desktop.
Okay.
But I can't upload it when I click the plus sign. I can't see my own file. I'm so sorry.
What is the name of the file?
Group 3 slides activity.
Okay. Go to the slide yang ni yang hak apa? Malah ni kalau I buka ni everybody will see apa yang ada kat dalam ni. Allah, macam nak tutup pula dah. So if you click on any of those, kalau you tekan file ni, this icon file ni, it will appear dalam macam-macam. You tekan desktop. Lepas tu bila you tekan desktop, you cari file apa? Slide group 3 tadi tu. Boleh?
Takut nak cakap tak boleh. Tak pandai.
Macam ni, it's either that or pass it to anyone in your group yang can help you to do this. This is the beauty of group work. Don't let your friends suffer. Your group mates, where are you all?
Dr. Min, Dr. Min ada nama saya kan? Ada tak? Fauziah dalam CSR.
Maaf, Prof, maksudnya WhatsApp je.
WhatsApp the bahan so that your group mates can help you to upload.
Saya pun tak sempat nak ni tadi nak capture.
Saya tak ada nombor Prof. Saya mohon maaf.
Nombor saya boleh, Doktor.
Okay, saya ada nombor Puan Wani. Sekejap ya. Prof can continue while I try to do it. Nervous dah, Prof.
Jangan nervous. Okay, group lain, group 1, group 2, group 4. Anybody who wants to help volunteer for me to click on it so that we can share?
Group 1 lah, banyak tu. Kita group 4.
Right. So I pun tekan je. I pun nak tunggu bila orang nak sebut group 1.
Aduh. Kami problem tadi nak start.
Tak sempat siap.
Let's look at one aja lah. Let's look at Padlet link. Ayin boleh copy Padlet link tu lagi sekali tak dekat
dalam chat ada.
Boleh Prof.
Tak, saya baru masuk so
ya, faham. Alright. So our for teaching group 1 letak kalau untuk when dia kata formally in class, informally almost anytime, nak ada setengah pensyarah tu sampai dia kata okay, let's go and have lunch. Bagus dia bagi apa belanja anak murid dia kan. So informally almost anytime, especially during assignment submission, so they have consultation hours with the students. Yes. And why? They say because it's their responsibility for sharing the knowledge, generate more holistic graduates, and of course to give guidance lah kan. Right. How and who? So with the current situation, like what we're doing right now, which is not ideal, but we have to live in our new norm. We have to use ICT. You struggle, I struggle, everybody struggles, students struggle, but somehow or rather we're surviving amidst our struggles. So using ICT, WebEx, WhatsApp, like what we're doing right now, we're using Zoom, slides, But of course, if our students are on campus, we can actually meet them as well, as long as we follow the SOP lah. All right. So those are students. For teaching, I like this. I like the fact that you wrote colleagues, because it will be brilliant if you can also help your other colleagues to share what you do in your teaching, and they also share what they do in their teaching. So that is a very good culture if we can have that in UUM. And everyone around us. Yalah kan, sekarang ni with the sulam and whatever, you are not just teaching your... Huh?
Yeah, bros. Alright.
Hello?
Berak.
Ha? Apakah?
Apakah itu?
Aku elok tadi. Tengok mana? Salah.
Be careful what you say. Is this recorded? Okay. So I just ignore that. Everyone around us, because kita ada sulam lah apalah, so we are not just teaching our students, but we're also teaching the community around us, kan? And the challenges will be the pandemic, the online teaching, managing personality, student focus, technology, competence, and technology challenges. And yes, coaching now, if coaching is best to be done face to face, but if it has to be done online, then macam susah sikit lah. I mean, dia punya aura dia tu tak sama seperti mana yang kita jumpa face to face. Yeah. Okay, I think we will stop at that, and then afterwards we will come back and see where we lupa pakai yang mana satu. Right. Any group 2 nak share? Okay, maybe group 4. Group 4 boleh share yang supervision tak?
Oh, supervision kita
Boleh. I will open it for you. It's okay. I just need your permission je. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Right. That's group 4 punya supervision. They say why we want students to acquire certain knowledge and skill set on research and writing. Okay, when? During consultation hours, because when you talk about supervision, it will be not many people, okay? Not as many as when we are teaching. So you can set your consultation hours. How? Is through traditional or non-traditional. So I presume traditional means face-to-face, and non-traditional will mean WhatsApp, Telegram. I have to do my supervision now via WhatsApp. And who will be students? Yes. And the challenges will be access to internet, correct? Not just to us, but also to our students, yeah? Language barrier, especially when we're talking about international students, not just international students, our Malaysian students pun sama naik juga. So different level of knowledge and skill set, and of course lack of analytical skills. So these are the challenges that we may face when we are doing supervision. And because of these challenges, these are the challenges is actually where perhaps the coaching session can occur. Yeah. All right. I'll just start sharing. Okay. So we've done that. I just need you to go to Mentimeter now. This is another technology. Go to www.menti.com. And then they will ask you, basically they will, if you click, kalau you go to www.menti.com, they will ask you for the code. That's the code 99977427. Ni bukan nombor eko this is the code for the Mentimeter.
Perhaps you can share the link of Mentimeter in the chat.
Okay, hang on a minute. It's www.menti.com.
Prof, kod dia sekali, Prof.
Ya, sabar. I pun fikir ni. 9997 7427. Okay, that's the code.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Nur Azwani for upload group 3. Nanti kita akan pergi
Thank
ke
you,
group 3.
Prof.
So if you have seen that, you dah masukkan kod tu, nampak tak ada soalan? Dia kata coaching knowledge skills. Jawablah soalan tu. Ada 3 soalan. Whether you agree or you strongly disagree.
Oh, okay. Agree. So bila kita dah jawab, kita submit sajalah.
Submit je. So far tak ada siapa lagi submit.
Kita tengok tergunakan.
Baru nak masuk.
Assalamualaikum Prof.
Waalaikumsalam.
Saya kena undur diri dulu.
Oh, you kena undur diri? Okay.
Sebab ada kelas.
Okay.
Dia dah submit.
Terima kasih.
Dah submit? Ya, okay. Thank you.
Ya.
Dah ada 5 orang dah submit. Kita dah tinggal berapa orang?
22.
Yeah, but tolak kami semua about 19 lah kot. About 18 people. Alright. So the rest, I expect 18 people to answer lah. So go to www.menti.com as I wrote in the chat, and then the code is 999774427. And that you will find three options lah, which requires you to answer them, whether you agree or disagree, the three statements.
Okay, already submitted, Prof.
Well done. So that's 11. Yeah, about 14 people. Lagi 3 orang. Anybody, semua orang dah isi ke dalam menti dot? Okay, so basically based on 11 people yang dah isi, maybe because I did not. Yeah, it's still 11. Right, based on the 11 people who have sent have responded to the 3 items. Thank you very much to those who did it. So we find that you rate yourself as quite high lah as a good listener, which is good, because the main skill required as a coach is to become a good listener. So if you're a good listener, you have those skills, alhamdulillah, that shows that you're on the right track lah. Sebab selalunya listening ni yang susah nak develop. The next is I seize the opportunity to motivate people. I think by default, because all of us are lecturers, we are very, very ingrained in terms of trying to motivate our students, right? So you look at, you rate yourself as also quite high, as seizing the opportunity to motivate people. But as a certified professional coach, only a few of you are. Can I know who? Yang certified professional coach ni? Siapa? Terus tak ngaku.
Not me.
Tak pasti.
Do you have you been to a coaching yang berbayar, yang ni kan tak berbayar kan? Yang berbayar, yang ada sijil tu, that you're a certified coach, ada? Semua
Ada tapi dah lama Prof. Yang 3EP program itu yang free juga.
Okay. So
Tapi tak guna.
So Dr. Yati is like our sifu now.
Tak boleh. Sebab saya buat tak pasti. Jawapan saya tak pasti sebab saya tak guna pun actually.
Okay. Alright. So kebanyakannya taklah, only ada a few yang tak pasti ni lah kan. Yang lain-lain mungkin dah kata mereka tak ada the professional coach. So okay, that will give me some idea lah about what our participants are, what they have, and what skills that they already have in them. That's good, alhamdulillah. So let's go to coaching. So Dr. Yati tadi dia risau dia masuk pukul 9, tengok kita dah mula dah breakout session lah bagai. Don't worry, because that one was just the mukadimah. Basically, I'm just saying that coaching is important, as I said. And there are two learning outcomes from this. It's basically you will be looking at the different coaching skills, and the second outcome will be to look at the way in which you can reflect. Right. So the definition: coaching is guiding and helping someone to achieve a specific goal over a period of time. Kenapa over a period of time tu yang kita warnakan lain? Kerana yang itu yang beza dia antara coaching dengan mentoring. Kalau mentor, you as a mentor, it's like forever. Macam, a mentor is always a mentor, right? Dia tak ada a specific time. But when you're doing coaching, it's usually for a very brief period of time. Maybe 1 week, maybe 1 month, maybe 2 months, maybe 6 months. So who determine that? It's between you and the coachee lah. Who will determine the extent to which both of you will apa orang kata tu, will be committed, in going through what needs to be done. So there are many reasons for you to do the coaching. So I'm sure all of you, where do you find this word coaching selalunya? Anyone?
In training.
Sports.
Yeah. Usually people will, the first thing when they see coaching will be like sports lah, apalagi kan. But in coaching ni sebenarnya in psychology pun ada, also in business. Yeah, they do coaching as well. So coaching for becoming better at doing business, or coaching to develop better behavior. So that's why it started off in psychology, and then it's brought to business, and then it's now brought back to education. So, but of course, when we hear the word coaches and coaching and all that, all of us by default will think that we usually hear this when it's in the sports, as among athletes who have their own personal coaches. Okay, so it's a transformative process for personal and professional awareness and discovery, and as well as growth, because unlike teaching, tapi itulah, that's why I don't see myself as teaching. I see myself as mediating. If it's teaching, you're telling people, you're telling people what they need to do. But when it comes to coaching, it's not telling the people what they need to do. It's unpacking and making them aware of what they have, and making sure that they are able to be aware of the problem, the issue, and then seek for solutions. And what you are doing is actually to provide them alternatives, various alternatives. At the end of the day, they need to choose which of the alternatives that has been provided by them, of course guided guided lah by you. They have to decide which ones that they want to pursue. So Dr. Mazra is asking, what's the difference between coaching and mentoring? As I mentioned just now, coaching is when you provide the guidance and you help someone during a very specific period of time. Whereas mentoring is for a longer period of time. And mentoring, usually, when you say mentor, you look up at that person, right? Because of what? Why do you seek? You look up to the mentor for what reason? What do they have in them that they become your mentor?
Publication maybe.
Sorry?
Number of publications yang
Oh,
tinggi.
ni very academic oriented. The number of
That to be seen
publications.
as exemplars.
Brilliant. So you look at the person as a role model, right? Because of their experiences. Tak kira lah experiences dekat mana, experiences in writing ke, publication ke, experiences in research. In our context, in our academic context, will be research or publication or whatever. So you look up to that person because of the experience that they have, the vast experience that they have. And usually mentoring is when they share their experiences. So they share your experiences. So usually the mentors will be somebody from your own bidang. Coaching ni not necessarily tau. You can have somebody who's outside of your organization to help you to become coach. And usually they're paid lah. You know, they're very good at making you aware of what the issues are and very good at making you know the alternatives that you can do, and then very well at making you decide, helping you to make that decision to know which one is the best for you. So coaching for a brief period of time.
Prof, I have a question.
Please.
Okay. Kalau kat sini dia kata to achieve a specific goal over a period of time, macam kita pasal sesi praktikum our student 3 months praktikum 12 weeks kan. Okay, kita bimbing budak, adakah situasi itu kita akan katakan coaching or mentoring?
Boleh. Kalau you consider dia sebagai coaching, boleh lah, sebab dia ada over a period of time kan, 3 months.
Yes.
Mentoring will be bila dia seronok dah dengan you, dia rasa macam dia belajar banyak dengan you, lepas dia dah habis dah belajar dekat dalam universiti ni, dia still nanti WhatsApp tiba-tiba kan. Doktor, saya dah dapat posting dekat mana-mana, student saya jadi macam ni doktor, 180 degrees jauh berbeza daripada praktikum. Apa yang patutnya saya lakukan? That's when mentoring happens, because they come and seek your advice from a longer period of time. Whereas for the practicum, it can be in the form of you can consider that as coaching lah, provided you do the skills of coaching. Okay, so there's a skill of coaching here afterwards. Right, so tak kira lah you nak jadi mentor ke, nak jadi coach ke, in any kind of relationship, yang paling penting adalah 2 benda ni. Trust and respect. If you do not have the trust of your coachee, they will not tell you what the real issue is. If you do not have the respect of the coachee, they will tutup mulut, tak mau cakap dekat you. So trust and respect is very important, and trust and respect is something that you cannot apa orang kata tu paksa, it develops. People just, it comes with your attributes that they feel that you can be trusted or you should be respected. Yeah, it's why they kata respect apa? It's earned.
Adik ambil masak apa sikit adik?
Prof.
Ya.
Boleh tak kalau kita
Dr. Halim, jangan kami nak makan apa sekejap lah. Ya, Dr. Fauziah, sorry.
Boleh tak coach juga boleh jadi mentor at the same time?
Conflict of interest. Nanti nanti you will not be able to see, you have to achieve your specific goal. When you become mentor, your goal is very long term, whereas coaching, your goal is very specific, short term.
Tapi dalam kebanyakan masa perkara tu berlaku, saya rasa lah pada pandangan saya.
Sebab tu mungkin dengan cara kita tahu ni, we as coaches will be able, kalau kita nak buat coaching, we are aware. Bila kita nak jadi mentor, kita aware. I'm not saying that you cannot do both, but you have to understand, if you become a mentor, then dia punya syarat untuk coach tu dah lari, sebab coaching is not telling, whereas mentor is telling. Mentor is basically sharing.
Okay.
Jadi be careful on that lah. You have to be aware of that lah.
Okay.
Okay, this is the coaching engagement. So the first thing, of course, you have to be trained lah. Dia ada coaching skills yang macam saya kata ni. Nanti kita akan go through those skills. Yang kedua, Allahu Akbar. Yang kedua, leaders identify the coaches. Maksudnya you as the coachee, you akan identify whether coachee you ni adalah coachee untuk sukses atau coachee untuk improvement. Nanti kita akan tengok apa beza dia antara sukses dengan improvement. Jadi you sebagai coach will decide based on the coachee punya characteristics lah. Sama adakah coaching yang saya akan laksanakan ini adalah coaching untuk sukses ataupun coaching untuk improvement. Yang ketiga, coachee attends a briefing session on coaching and how to evaluate coach. Coachee tu pun boleh evaluate the coach, not just the coach evaluate the coachee. And then the coaching session begins. Jadi maksudnya coachee dengan coachee ni bukan coachee Coachee tu maksudnya orang yang di-coachkan. Dia dan coach itu akan duduk untuk dia sama-sama figure out apa sebenarnya yang nak difokuskan, sama ada dia untuk sukses atau untuk improvement, before dia dah macam lebih kurang macam akad dah, baru kita akan go through the coaching session. Okay, coaching session will begin. And then the coachee evaluate or provide feedback to the coach. Yang dia kata evaluate dekat sini ialah bukan evaluate how well the coach tu, evaluate macam mana, sejauh mana dia dapat selesaikan isu yang dia bawa tadi ni. Okay, dia evaluate. Dan of course yang tu pun sebenarnya adalah feedback kepada coach jugalah, sama ada dia dapat tanya soalan yang membantu coachee ni dapat mencari jalan penyelesaian.
Formal or informal can be either way.
Usually it is formal. Because because this is serious matter. When you're talking about you're doing coaching, it's a serious matter. So you will decide on when to jumpa, berapa lama you nak jumpa, you bagi tempoh untuk dia nak buat apa yang dia patut buat, and then bila kita jumpa balik step 5 ni ialah untuk kita minta dia evaluate sejauh mana dia dapat laksanakan apa yang telah dia decide masa step 4 tadi ni. Faham So usually it is formal. Ya. Yang mentoring itulah yang selalunya informal kan. Tapi yang coaching ni usually it is formal. So step 6, coach shares coaching opportunities and challenges and review coaching evaluation and feedback. Jadi step 6 ni is the final lah. Yang ini baru coach tu akan bagi tahu apa sejauh mana apa yang isu yang dia ketengahkan, apa alternatif yang dia dah fikirkan, yang apa decision yang dia dah buat, sejauh mana decision yang dia buat itu membantu untuk selesaikan isu dia tu, dan tengok balik kalau dia for success, dia coach tu akan bagi tahulah macam mana dia boleh sukses. Kalau for improvement, coach tu akan tunjuk sejauh mana dia dah improve atau tidak. Kalau tak improve, patah balik, pusing balik the cycle. Yeah. So this is the myths of being coach. Selalu orang rasa macam kalau coaching tu you are going to be told. Okay. The coach tells dia berkata coach tells you what to do. No. This is where I kata tadi Dr. Fauziah, be careful when you are playing the double role as a mentor and as a coach, because as a mentor you can tell them by sharing your experience, but as a coach you have to be careful, because what you need to do bila you jadi coach tu, yang penting adalah coachee. Dia yang nak kena fahamkan isu tu, dia yang nak kena cari dia punya alternatif tu, of course dengan bantuan you lah kalau dia sengapnya kan. You will ask questions, and then so that they will start thinking. And then once they start thinking, they will hopefully with your guidance find the solution themselves. Right. And some people say if you need coaching, there must be something wrong with you. Yang itu satu hal juga. Satu kadang-kadang dia orang kata malas nak pergi jumpa counselor ke apa-apa. Because counselor sometimes do coaching too. Dia pemalas nak pergi jumpa dekat kaunselor sebab dia takut lagi nanti orang kata psycho lah, apalah, nama pun counselling kan, jadi dia dok kata macam relating to so these are all the myths yang salah lah, sebab coaching tu sebenarnya boleh keluarkan potensi diri kita lah. Alright, and some people also think that it's a touchy-feely, nak kena tepuk-tepuk ke apa ke. Tak. The coaching session can be like boleh ikut SOP punya prosedur. Dia duduk dekat depan you, jauh daripada you, dan you berhadapan dengan dia untuk you nak bercakap. You tak payah pun nak touch and all that. Yeah. So that's the myth. And the mistakes that coach always do is they are self-conscious. Depa fikir apa yang depa nak cakap. Bila coach tu bagi masalah, depa duk fokus, depa ada tak masalah yang macam tu? Ataupun kadang-kadang depa jadi kepoci. Kita tak ada masalah macam tu ya. Nasib baiklah. So dia fokus kepada diri dia. So they become self-conscious rather than helping the people to make them understand. And they misunderstand the idea of powerful. They ask leading questions. Leading questions tu macam you nak jawapan dia. Macam contoh, jadi you suka nak you memang suka lah kan buat kerja-kerja macam tu. You memang suka lah buat kerja-kerja hantar benda-benda lambat ni. Memang you lah kan. So those are asking leading questions, and worse still, it can be also provocative in that manner. And so that's why they use challenging, provocative, life-changing questions. Apa yang menyebabkan you jadi teruk, perkataan macam tu, kenapa you jadi teruk. So you got to be careful with all those words, because those words will be a mistake lah. The minute when a coach gives you all that kind of situations, the coachee will just keep quiet and might not come for the next session. Or sometimes this yang ni pun kerap juga berlaku, settling for the first answer. Hari yang pertama dia datang, dia cerita semua pasal ayam itik dia, dan you dah terima dah masalah dia lah sebab ayam dan itik dia. Tapi sebenarnya masalah dia yang sebenarnya is kucing dia, bukan ayam, bukan itik. So you have to really let them say and ask questions, the kind of questions that you would want specific until depa betul-betul tahu yang sebenarnya bukan ayam, bukan itik, is actually the kucing yang problem. So unlike in a teaching situation where we are encouraged to ask why questions to our students, kan, kita selalu tanya why, sebab kita nak our students to become thinkers kan in our classroom. So dalam keadaan mengajar dalam kelas, memang kita akan guna banyak why. Tapi dalam coaching session, jangan tanya soalan why, because soalan why ni akan menyebabkan sama ada dia ada dua possibilities. Sama ada orang tu confused, tak tahu nak jawab apa sebab dia dah berkusut dah dia punya pemikiran. Lepas tu you menambahkan lagi dia punya pemikiran dia yang kusut dengan tanya soalan why, sebab dia pun tak tahu pasal apa, why, dia pun tak tahu why. Sebab tu dia need the coach. The other one is they might mereka-rekakan benda yang tak ada. Semata-mata nak jawab jawapan why, soalan why tu. So cara dia ialah macam saya kata daripada tadi lah, yang sepatutnya yang you fokus adalah klien. So coaching ni can also be a team, can also be one person, so client. So it can be a group of people pun boleh juga. So yang penting adalah the group lah. Kalau group tu selalunya masalah mungkin dalam teamwork, masalah communication. Kalau klien tu macam-macam masalah lah yang dia ada. Sebab tu kita nak kena fokus kepada dia, apa sebenarnya masalah dia. And curiosity can be powerful. Jadi jangan misunderstand, jangan ada judgement kepada you punya klien tu, tetapi you curious, you nak tahu je. Sebab bila you tanya curious questions, dan curious questions tu bukan why, tapi curious questions tu, what can you tell me? Can you please explain? Do you mean I'm intrigued by this? Can you elaborate on that? So asking or putting it in such a manner that you show yourself as being curious is for you to unpack and make them become aware of what they need you for. Yeah. So you need to ask questions that make the clients think. But thinking here is not overwhelming thinking. It's thinking about what is it that they need to, what issues that they need to bring. So ask anything else, what else, yang tu semua tu boleh lah. Anything else, please elaborate. Tapi selalunya banyak yang soalan yang kita akan tanya kepada klien kita will be the what and the how. What do you want to do? How do you want to do it? What you want to achieve? How you want to achieve it? So kalau kita tengok dia punya the arc of coaching conversation, when the beginning, when you are meeting the person for the first time, dia ada banyak what sebab kita baru nak kenal dia kan. So we need to be present. When we say be present means we need to be attentive. Jangan kita bila dia cakap kita duk distracted dengan phone lah, jam lah, orang keluar masuk dalam bilik and all that. So you really need to make sure that no one can disturb you between you and the person, because remember the first thing that you need to do is to understand the client. So that's why you have to be present and you have to build trust. Jadi macam mana you nak tunjuk bahawa you are trustworthy in order for them to be able to, open up to you. And of course, by being present, the skill that you will need is actually to listen lah. So the beginning is for you to identify the issue. Apa issue dia sebenarnya? And once dia dah bagi tahu, remember yang inilah dia akan cerita. I'm giving you an analogy ya. Kalau dia datang jumpa dekat you pasal binatang, dia akan cakap pasal ayam dengan itik dia masa ni, identify issues ni. So you pun tak apalah, ya, biarlah dia cakap pasal ayam dengan itik, as long as dia dah rasa macam selesa nak bercakap dengan you. So the next step is to clarify and explore. Dekat sinilah kita akan question pasal ayam, pasal itik in detail, apa masalah dia. Lepas tu baru dia kata, dalam dia nak explain dekat you tu, mungkin bila you nak minta dia clarify tu, mungkin dia akan express that, oh actually it's not the ayam lah. Ayam is okay, itik pun bukan itik lah, itik is okay. Baru dia akan unpack yang sebenarnya is the kucing. So this is where you clarify and explore. So even if katalah betul dia start tadi tu dia dah cakap pasal kucing, so this is where you are going to explore about apa masalahnya dengan kucing dia, tak mau makan ke, tak mau besar ke, what is it? I'm giving you analogy of the animals. It can be anything. It can be about not being able to write. It can be not being able to do proper planning for teaching. It can be for not being able to work in a team. So those are issues that you may have. And the task of the coach during the clarify and explore session is actually to ask all these questions like what else, who. In order for you to do the questioning, for you to listen, you need to clarify, you allow them to express, you determine the importance. So you're asking, so this is more important. So katalah dia bagi tahu 5 isu, you akan cakap dekat dia daripada 5 isu ni, give me the top 3. Lepas tu lepas you dah continue, out of that top 3, give me the top 2. Sebab apa? Remember I told you in coaching is very specific for a short period of time, so you cannot do all 5. So maybe the first round you want to do what is most important, yang crucial yang dia nak kena perbetulkan. Jadi yang itu yang kita akan suruh dia determine the importance, you invite the possibilities and you explore the potential. Next will be approach action, where you will help them set intention. So kat sinilah kalau dia datang identify issue dia malas nak pergi kerja, dia tak suka datang kat UUM ni, tak tahulah pasal apa and all that. So you akan clarify why. Then you realize that mengajar pun dia tak suka, research pun dia tak suka, buat publication tak suka. Okay, out of the 5 role yang pensyarah kena buat ni, give me top 3 yang dia tak suka. Top yang paling nombor 1 sekali yang dia tak suka tu apa? Baru kat situ baru kita realize yang dia tak suka, yang dia stressful sangat is publication. So dekat situlah baru kita boleh bantu dekat dia untuk dia buat sesuatu bila masuk ke dalam approach action, where you will help them set intention. So intention dia ialah untuk kita nak tengok kenapa publication tu penting pada diri dia. Apa kalau dia tak buat apa jadi, kalau dia buat apa jadi, so that helps them to set the intention. And then you design action. So design action will be help design supportive system and structures where you define the success criteria, and finally support the action. That means who is accountable to do what, and if they are able to write, katalah masa design action ni dia akan kata dalam tempoh 2 minggu dia akan dapat siap 1 muka surat ataupun 3 muka surat of a publication of a journal, of an article. So kalau dia dapat buat tu what happens, and then until they finish one article, dia punya support action tu how do they celebrate. So semua tu you nak kena, dia kena apa orang kata tu, iron out, so that becomes their source of motivation for them to celebrate. Okay, and of course when you dah habis dah, the next questions will be like, what else lah? So tadi yang soalan Dr. Mazrah tadi, apa beza antara mentor dengan coach? Itulah, dia lebih kurang saja, cuma dia, mentor ni dia akan sharing, whereas coach ni kebanyakannya guiding lah. So maybe this one is more is clearer. So the coaching, they ask instead of tell, they enhance the awareness, and they basically know they can accept the fact that they know nothing, and that's why they need to know. Alright, sebab tu dia akan tanya banyak soalan dan dia berbentuk non-directive. Whereas mentoring is when you share experience, because of your experiences you want to share with them. So basically you are advising and you're guiding. So advice, and you know a lot because you share the same experiences as the coachee. Whereas coaching here, not necessarily. You don't necessarily share the same problem. That's why curiosity is important. So you're asking the right questions in order for them to be clear, for you also to be clear, so that you are able to guide them. So basically your task is to enhance their awareness. Whereas for mentoring, you're advising and guiding them because you have a lot of experiences. And so that's, instead of asking, you'll be telling lah, their directive. So far so good? Dah clear dah antara mentoring dengan coaching?
Yeah, clear.
Right. So what will be the role, and role of the mentor? Kalau role of the coaches and all that. What about the mentee and the coaches? So the role of the coaches themselves is for them to be able to reflect. So you are helping them to understand themselves, to understand their issues, to understand what is bothering them. So that's ability for them to reflect, and challenging them to take learning to a deeper level. Because when you're asking them a lot of questions yang in detail, asking them to explain and clarify, it makes them really focus and think through the issues for them to find the alternatives and solutions. And for the questioning, through the questioning, it increases their understanding, and it also allows them to practice, allow them to apply what they have learned, of course, with the support of the coaches. So as I said just now, in doing coaching skills, the highlighted ones, of course, all these are important, but the ones that I highlighted are the ones yang very, very crucial. It is active listening. So active listening is where you receive information, you attaching correct meaning, acknowledging it, listening with our eyes and ears. So if you dia punya kawan dia ialah clarify. So when you receive this information, you want to make sure that you understand, you will clarify. So you either change the questions, you asking this a different way, or you repeat the statements of your client, to check whether you understand what they are trying to say. And the other thing apart from listening is to ask the right questions, insightful questions, using open questions, but not open yang why tu, open as in what can you explain about this, how can you explain about this, the what and the how. All right,
Prof.
Yes.
Masudi, sorry.
Oh, we missed you just now.
Sorry, saya dah
Yes.
pagi yang ada, Prof. Sorry.
Okay.
Just mungkin saya tertinggal a few things berkaitan dengan coaching dan mentoring ni. I'm focusing on the student. Look into the student punya coaching dan mentoring lah.
Okay.
Mungkin akan timbul. Saya ingin bertanya dua soalan. Pertama, adakah kita sebagai pensyarah itu kita akan menyulamkan dua perkara ini untuk seorang pelajar kita? Maksudnya kita akan buat coaching dan juga mentoring ataupun kedua-duanya serentak pada masa yang sama? Itu soalan pertama. Yang kedua, do you think that we should have as a pensyarah di UM ini, we should have macam training official yang rasmi yang mengajarkan bagaimana kita cara coaching dan mentoring yang betul. What do you think?
to ask that the first question that you asked has been asked by Dr. Fauziah earlier. Coaching ni is done for a specific period of time, and it's not only it's specific for certain reason, certain issue, and it's also done within a period of time. Mentoring is for a longer period of time, because a mentor will always be a mentor, right? Now, as I put in this slide, there are two different approaches that coaching requires and mentoring requires. So if you put yourself, if you decide that you're going to be a coach, that this is a coaching session, your task, you must be very careful that you are not telling. So you are going to ask, because the reason why you want to ask is because you are curious about what is the issue, in order for you to help the client make sense of what the issue is about, find the alternatives, and then decide on a plan, on an action plan, what needs to be done. And then for them to evaluate whether whatever that they have done has been done or need to repeat. So you are not telling them. Coaching is about asking them what their issues are, unpacking those issues. So you're enhancing their awareness of their issues that they bring. They might come in very confused. Maybe they have, as I mentioned just now, there are 5 issues, but because it's coaching is very specific for a specific period of time. Out of that 5, you will say which of all these 5, yang mana satu you rasa macam memang you can is the highest priority. So dia akan decide yang mana satu, then from there you will work with them. So basically, you might not share the same experiences as your clients. Sebab tu you know nothing ni. Sebab tu yang you nak kena tahu more. That's why you're asking is very non-directive, where you're going to ask a lot of questions, and those questions are going to help your client to unpack what the real issue is and be clear in order for them to find the alternatives. Now, mentoring ni is because of your own experience, kan? You share with your, kalau macam dengan students, kita dah berpengalaman banyak tahun sebagai pelajar dahulu, pelbagai peringkat. So we have a lot of experience that we want to share with our students. So basically for a mentor, basically share their experiences, they advise, they guide, and basically they're telling. Now, coaching and mentoring cannot do together lah, sebab mentoring will be telling. Basically macam you're just going to say, you mentoring ni senang, dia nak pass judgment, tiru macam saya, kan? Whereas coaching is basically, how can I help you? How can I help you to help yourself? So it's two different aim, okay? So that's why going through and understanding the skills will help us become aware. If we are doing coaching, then we have to be clear that we cannot share our experiences. At all costs, we will try to ask the client to tell more about what is their issues, in order to clarify their issues, in order for us to help them better. The second question, that's why dia sebenarnya ada 3 tau. Satu ialah coaching for success, and then the second one is coaching for improvement, and the other one where you need counseling. So sebenarnya, if you're asking me who in any institution that has that skills of doing coaching, by default, it will be the counselors in every organization. But we cannot put all the problems to the counselor, because the counselor basically can only deal with a few people, right? Whereas in our organization, we've got our students, we have our colleagues, we have our people around us. Yang tadi bila kita share dalam group activity tu, teaching itself aja kita dah berjumpa dengan macam-macam orang keliling kita, kan? Not just our students, our colleagues, our community around us when we're doing sulam and all that. So we have to deal with many people, and it's quite impossible to, every time when we have a problem, we pass it to the counselor, unless it is psychological related. Macam saya kata tadi itulah, kalau dia memerlukan counselling. Tetapi kalau dia berbentuk success and improvement, kalau kita belajar sendiri sekarang ni tentang skill-skill ni, kita pun boleh boleh cuba laksanakan lah. Of course it takes years of practice. It's not like you dapat sertifikat. Orang yang dapat sertifikat tu pun tak tentu lagi dia dapat buat. It takes years of practice and in order for you to know the kind of skills that you need to develop when you're doing coaching. Mentoring ni tak adalah skillnya. Mentoring ni nak share. Semua orang pun boleh share kan. Coaching tu it needs the skills. Okay, Dr. Masudi?
Okay, Prof. Thank you.
Okay. Right, could you scan that, please? While I look at. This is a little, yeah. If you scan that, dia keluar how good are your listening skills tak?
Ya, keluar.
Okay, sila jawab. Bukanlah sila jawab dan get ready to jawab. Is everybody on board? Semua orang dah dapat ke tak dapat? Could you show thumbs up please so that I know that you're okay?
Tak dapat Prof, nak scan pakai yang UM punya tu ke apa?
Bukan. Jangan pakai UUM ni. Ni pakai kita punya QR code scan. Yang ni bukan attendance Tak ada kena-mengena dengan attendance. Attendance lagi last kali.
Okay.
This is our QR code scanner.
Cuma dia keluar aku ayat listening skills saja.
Sebab tu I tengah tunggu semua orang, takut sekali nanti sebab yang ni dia soalan yang I kena tekan so that you can jawab. So I need to get everybody on board. Semua orang dah dapat masuk ke? Baru 8 orang ni yang masuk ni. Are we okay? Dr. Hasna, you just join. Are you okay?
Okay, but I kena kat komputer pula lah, ni dekat handphone.
Dua-dua pun boleh actually. Tapi tak apalah. Phone pun boleh, komputer pun boleh. Okay, those of you sebab baru 8 orang, kita ada sekejap. We keep changing our participant. Yeah, the rest of you, are you okay?
Okay, Prof.
Okay, then I will just continue lah. Dia tak nak jalan Okay, what you have to do is you have to keep track of your points on a pen or paper lah. Kenapa dia tak boleh nak? Kalau not at all, 1 point. Rarely, 2 points. Sometimes 3 points. So apa yang dia kan ada soalan-soalan ni, so you ingat yang ni je. Tulis dekat atas tu, not at all, 1 point. Rarely, 2 points. Sometimes, 3 points. Often, 4 points. And very often, 5 points. Nampak tak? Hello?
Nampak.
Prof.
Okay.
Nampak.
Okay, ambil dia punya points ni. Sekali nanti you akan kena jawab soalan ni. So kalau katalah masa you jawab tu, you jawab not at all. Maksudnya 1 point. Untuk soalan nombor 1, 1. Soalan nombor 2, katalah sometimes. You jawab sometimes. Jadi soalan nombor 2, 3. Lagi soalan nombor 4, very often. So soalan nombor seterusnya adalah nombor 5. Macam itulah.
Berapa soalan semua, Prof?
Tak ingat. Sekejap ya. Berapa soalan? Kita ada 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Banyaknya.
13. Ada 13 soalan sebelum you nak tengok dia punya skor. Okay? Are we ready?
Okay, Prof.
Ready, Prof.
Untuk struggle dengan Allah ni.
Oh, dah ready kena tekan apa heart shape tu
Dah ready tu kena tekan heart shape tu. Pasal tu dia tak mau buka kot sebab you all tak tekan heart shape tu kot. Okay, now you boleh jawab. Dapat jawapan? Dapat jawapan. Dapat soalan tak?
Dapat.
Isilah ikut suka hati.
Oh.
Kalau tak faham, tanya kat I ya soalannya.
So submit dulu satu. Dia kurang tu.
Okay. Kalau dapat isi terus submit je.
Okay. Refresh.
Dia kena tunggu semua orang buat
Kita kena tunggu Kita refresh banyak kali tak boleh juga.
Sebab I pun kena refresh. Macam sedih je. Kenapa jadi macam tu Okay, tak apa. Okay, that's the next question. So you all bila ada masalah dengan nak isi tadi tu, let me know, okay? Kalau tidak, I will just continue je. So you have to speak to me.
Okay.
Baik.
Dr. Halim, you nak tanya soalan apa?
Ya, Assalamualaikum Prof. Saya nak tanya tadi kan, can we be a mentor and a coach? Kan? At the
Where
same
were
time.
you when I was telling giving the
Just now
answer?
memang pun nak ingatkan boleh tunggu apa nama tu sampai you habis baru nak tanya. Can we be a good coach but we are not a good mentor?
Based on your experience. Can if you do not have enough experience, you might not be ready to become a mentor. But if you're asking me, do we do coaching? Do we become a coach and a mentor at the same time? Jawapan dia, be careful. You cannot do coach and mentor at the same time.
This is my question actually.
Tak boleh. Bila you set yourself as a coach, you kena ikut tata susila coaching.
Alright, okay, thank you.
Okay. Semua orang dah jawab yang ni?
Dua dah.
Okay.
Ya, Prof.
This is so not good. Sebab I nak kena buka satu-satu.
Silence.
Ingat ya, bila soalan-soalan ni kena ingat dia punya apa you isi tau. Sebab I tak tahu siapa isi ni. So you have to isi sendiri. Dr. Masudi, are you having problem with your audio? Macam nak cakap tapi dia connecting to audio.
So far okay, Prof.
Oh, okay, alright then. Because it says to me kat sini code connecting to audio. Okay, as long as you're fine, okay.
Saya buka dua serentak. That's why
okay.
my mobile and also my laptop.
Brilliant.
There's
Okay.
the issue that's good.
Okay. Okay.
Prof, yang ni Mentimeter ni berbayar ke? Sebab tengok soalan banyak. Saya boleh buat 3 soalan je kalau biasa punya.
Betul. Yang ini dia persedekah kat I kot sebab I guna Mentimeter ni dah lama dah.
Okay.
So, I macam terima lah bila orang sedekah kan. Tapi dia macam ada limitation lah. Limitation dia I tak boleh tunjuk the soalan tu sekali harum. I tak boleh tekan enter and the next soalan appear, you know. Dia kena macam satu-satu nak kena buka. Right, that's the next question. Are we okay? Tadi ada 14 orang jawab, sekarang ada 13 je. Seorang lagi dah keluar. Tapi if you want to go toilet, let me know so that we can wait for you. If not, we will just continue. The last person, okay. So there are 14 people tadi. Okay, everybody has jawab ke? Semua orang dah jawab? Okay.
Sudah, Prof.
Okay, seorang lagi tak jawab. Semua orang jawab ya, 14 orang ni, I assume. Oh, dah 15 pula. Okay. Okay, tak apalah. Can I proceed?
Yeah.
Boleh, Prof.
6.
Okay, 2 orang lagi. Seorang lagi, tadi ada 15, sekarang 14 je. Seorang lagi? No? Everybody dah jawab? Anyone struggling? Ada siapa-siapa yang struggle? Tak jawab lagi? Silence means everything is okay. I shall move to the next question. Okay, 3 orang lagi. Two more? No? Okay. Okay. One more? No? This is a bit difficult because I don't know how many people are online and how many people are here but not here. You know what I mean? So yeah. Well, the good thing about all these questions is at the end, you will be able to see lah whether you are a good listener or not. Dia akan tunjuk lah berapa orang. Oh, tapi ada ramai orang yang baru masuk ni, so I don't know lah. You duduk lah diam-diam. Okay. I've got 15 people already. I'm assuming that there are 15 active people online. Okay.
Apa ni? Scan. Why I need to scan?
Right.
Refresh. Okay.
Okay, one more. Okay. Oh, dah jadi 16. So, kalau tertutup, minta maaf lah orang yang tak sempat nak mengisi tu ya. Sebab I dah tak tahu ada berapa orang kat dalam ni. Remember, take the trouble to write down apa yang you isi ya, so that you can calculate it. And at the end, you have to calculate the total them up, then the score, to have the score. Okay. And the last question.
Belas semua ya, Prof.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see what happens. Calculate, you sum up your score, total je semua, ada 13 soalan tadi tu, berapa dia punya apa ni score dia, ya. Nanti kita akan tengok julat dia lah, kalau you range daripada berapa-berapa, macam mana. Are we ready?
Yeah.
So if you score 13 to 29, you don't have to tell me what your score is, yeah. This is for you, for your own self improvement. So if you score 13 to 29, you need some improvement lah. People may not think you are paying any attention to them. So you're easily distracted. Kalau 30 to 49, your listening skills are okay, but there's still room for improvement. Ya, kalau 30 hingga 49. Kalau you score between 50 to 65, well done. You're halfway there. As a person who's developing coaching skills to help others around them, you've got already the one thing that's very, very important, which is actually listening. You have great listening skills. People think you're approachable, easy to talk to, and give them your full attention. So let's look at the questions. Apa yang dia tanya kan? Right. So this is what everybody. This is the score lah. Yeah. I repeat points back during a conversation to clarify my understanding of what the other person is saying. Remember, salah satu daripada kejap, I will show. Oh, kejap I tengah shot sendiri. Kejap. Yeah, I need to share the screen here. Right, this is what people answered lah, yeah, variety. I repeat points back during a conversation to clarify my understanding of what the other person is saying. So as a coach, remember your task is actually to become curious kan. So you will repeat back lah apa yang dia cakap tu sebab you nak make sure that you understand your client before you can provide them with the alternatives and help them understand their issues. All right. The next is when people speak to me about sensitive subjects, I make an effort to put them at ease. So making them feel at ease is important. Why? Why is it important?
Nanti tak tercerita pula.
Sebab apa dia tak tercerita? Sebab
maybe our body language ataupun kata-kata kita yang menyebabkan dia rasa dia ni tak boleh percaya, or maybe dia tak boleh nak teruskan lah sebab dia tak percaya, no trust.
Yep. That's it, isn't it? We want them to develop the trust, and therefore that's why we have to put them at ease so that they will trust us and they will feel at ease to talk to us. Correct. Thank you, Dr. Razwani. Right. The next question is, I feel comfortable with silence during conversations. Yang ini pun penting juga sebab kenapa penting you kena feel comfortable during conversation?
Mungkin dia gather thoughts untuk cakap.
Terribly brilliant. Yes. Because orang yang nak mencurahkan dia punya perasaan, kadang-kadang dia macam tak tahu. Sebab tu yang dia jadi sampai 5, 6, 7, 8 isu keluar tu sebab dia pun tak tahu yang mana satu nak cakap dulu. So they are very uncomfortable to speak about it. So that's why silence is actually helping them to gather their thoughts. Tapi janganlah terlampau lama sangat sampai sejam silence, so that's not it lah. But provide that kind of silence where you allow people to have time to think. Yeah. Feel free to ask me questions if you need. Yeah.
Prof.
Yeah.
If we don't feel comfortable, does that mean that we are not a good coach?
That means you need practice. It's not that you're not a good coach. You just need practice. You just need practice to sabar and dengar. Sebab part of dengar, part of listening is to wait for them to speak. Kan? As I said lah, janganlah lama sangat. Maksudnya enough for them. You have that space yang sebab manusia ni kan, bila kita duduk dua orang, especially kalau berdepan kan, ataupun even like this, too long. If I ask you a question and I wait too long, one of you are going to feel all of you are going to be uncomfortable, but one of you will start saying, oh, let me say it lah so that not break this uncomfortable feeling. So chances are human will not unless they pergi toilet lah, macam dalam ni kan, online ni, I don't know who is actually in front of the computer, especially when you're not switching on the video lagi lah, tak nampak kan. So if they are not around you, definitely they cannot respond to you, but if they are in front of you, chances are if you keep silence, they will respond to you in any way lah. No?
Prof, Zura ni, Prof, kalau when is the best time to break the silence? Maksudnya adakah kita patut tunggu 5 minit, 10 minit, dan apakah cara yang terbaik untuk kita break the silence, dengan cara tanya apa pada dia ke macam mana? Prof tengah test sekarang. Ya, rasanya juga tu.
Nampak tak? So I am not responding, but you gave me time to actually tengok sampai one of you realize that I tengah test lah ni. Kan? People sometimes they don't respond. Kalau dia jadi nakai macam ni lain cerita lah kan. Then you will say, come on, any ideas? Kan? You apa orang tu? Pujuk lah, bukanlah pujuk, macam mana kata? Bukan pujuk, motivate dia untuk nak cakap lah kan, to continue. But in normal cases, the reason why they have that silence is because they're thinking. So they don't know how to respond to you. So that's why they need that silence in order for them to collect their thoughts before they say it. You know? So nak kata 5 minit, we're not robots, right? We don't. Okay, 5 minutes is up. Your 5 minutes is your 5 minute silence is up, and I don't care. You have to say something. You know, kalau you buat macam tu, pakat lari lah depa semua kan. So dia macam tarik tali lah. You will know when the silence is a good thinking silence, or is it a silence yang malu punya silence, or is it silence yang really they don't want to be there but they have to be there. So those are different kind of silence which you have to find out lah.
Okay, baik. Thank you, Prof.
No problem. So the question, I would never respond to emails and instant messages while I'm speaking to people on the phone. Baguslah kalau you don't do that lah kan. Ada, you imagine orang tengah cakap, continue. I'm listening to you, you know. Tapi mata tu ada dekat tempat lain kan. So,
orang boleh multitasking, Prof.
No, unfortunately not when you're a coach, yeah? When you're a coach, remember the client is important. So when the client is important, eye contact, show them that you are serious. Don't fidget. Jangan macam betul-betul kan you punya tudung lah, apalah, cara you duduk pula you macam fidgeting here and there. You got to be very quiet to show that you are serious listening to the person. Tapi janganlah you terlampau conscious dengan cara you duduk sampai you duk concentrate tentang cara you duduk, you tak dengar apa dia cakap. That's not a good coach juga lah. So you have to listen, right? So
tapi soalan ni very depending on the situation juga, sebab kadang cannot help it. Macam urgent message masa tu kena respond there and then.
Yeah, you know, a good coach, what they do is they put their phones outside. They tell their, kalau coach selalunya depa ni ada secretary depa kan. I mean the real business coach. They will tell the secretary, don't disturb me because I've got a half an hour session with my client. So that half an hour tu memang it's for the client. So tu dia kata short period of time. You akan decide bila you nak jumpa, hari apa yang memang you dah block dah you punya calendar that it's free, and you're going to tell everybody that you're not going to answer the phone between that period of time because you've got a time with the client. Boleh?
Boleh.
Yang tu kalau you jadi coach lah. Kalau you jadi multitasking, of course lah, everybody can do lots of things kan while they can sambil baring, betulkan thesis, print the computer and do all sorts of things. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, as I listen, I compare the other person's point of view. I tak payah ni lah tak payah. I tak nak besarkan dah lah. As I listen, I compare the other person's viewpoint with my own. Try not to do that, because when you are comparing the other person's viewpoint to your own, what are you trying to do?
Menang kat diri sendiri.
You are going to concentrate on you, right? So when you're concentrating on you, in the end, you jadi apa?
You judge the person.
Possible that you judge the person, but beyond that, you are trying. That means you share the same experience as that person, right? When you're looking at that person's viewpoint and your own, that means you also have a viewpoint that's similar, which means you are in the same context. Chances are you're going to move yourself from becoming a coach to a mentor.
Oh.
That's what to say. Kata, you have to be very careful when you want to become a coach. You got to make sure that this is about the client. It's not about me. I'm not going to compare with me. I want to understand why the client is having that particular issue. Faham ya?
Sometimes compare untuk memahami dia punya viewpoint. Boleh
Contoh,
ke?
can you give me an example?
Macam nak faham, okay, my viewpoint is like this, but her viewpoint is like this. So I'm trying to find ways to understand her, macam tu ke? I don't have any exact example, tapi macam tu lah.
But in the process, you will say, unless you're doing this, you're clarifying. You know, you're
Yeah.
comparing their viewpoint and your viewpoint because you want to clarify. So you want to say, so when you were saying this, do you mean da 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 da? So you are comparing with your viewpoint. That's fine, because you're still seeking dia punya clarity. So if you're comparing with your viewpoint to see whether they're on par with you or below or above you, that's where problem comes in lah. You will not listen to the client. You will listen to you. You short sendiri lah sekejap tu. Kan? All right, to get people to elaborate on their point, I ask open questions, ones that can't be answered with yes or no. Depending lah actually when you're doing this, but chances are that this is good because you want them to elaborate, yeah? And when someone is speaking to me, I nod and say things like, okay, occasionally. This is also important in order for you to show that, that you are listening. I would not ask leading questions to encourage other persons to agree with my viewpoint. Yang ni, I kata be careful ni. Yang bila you compare dengan viewpoint, mula you kata macam kalau I rasa dia macam ni, betul tak? You know, you tend to focus on diri you. So be careful with this lah. Yeah. It's okay if you're a mentor. Mentor tak apa, dia boleh share apa-apa pun. I never interrupt others when they are talking. That's very good. That's a very good skill, which sometimes we sometimes forget when you know about this, but we need to be aware lah, inshallah, to remind ourselves when people speak to me.
Prof,
yes.
Tapi kan kadang-kadang kan kita macam buka tau. Okay, you boleh interrupt me bila-bila je. Kan kita kadang kita buka pada student macam tu, betul tak?
Yang tu when you're teaching tak apalah. Don't get yourself confused with coaching and teaching. When you're teaching is okay.
Tak boleh, no?
Coaching tak boleh. Nah, coaching maksudnya coach tu, klien ni tengah cakap, you macam kejap, repeat balik. Biarlah dia habis dulu. Kalau you tak faham pun, you ulang balik apa yang dia cakap, sejauh mana yang dia cakap untuk dia betulkan apa yang perlu dibetulkan lah. So you don't interrupt them.
Okay.
Right. When people speak to me, I stay completely still so that I don't distract them. Yang ni, I kata ni janganlah betulkan tudung lah, lepas tu duduk fidget lah, masa tu lah kaki you nak shake lah, masa tu lah macam, wait I tengah nak buat my exercise while I'm talking to you. No. When you're doing your coaching, don't do that. When you're listening to webinar, you can do your exercise while you're doing your coaching. That is coaching. When you're listening to the webinar, that's fine. I try to read the other person's body language as I listen. This is very important because body language, kalau dia kata macam, oh, I'm very sad. Sad, tapi dia duduk gelak. Macam something is not right? Or the other way around. I'm very happy, tapi muka macam sedih. Ataupun I'm okay, tapi muka kerut, muka ketat. So body language tells a lot of things. So you need to also understand the body language in order to know more lah. Yeah. If the other person is struggling to explain something, I give them time and don't jump into with my own suggestion. That's important too. And I give people time to talk even if I'm busy. So as a coach, of course, all coaches will be busy lah, I'm sure. So that's why it's important that they give the time to the client, yeah, when it's needed. We'll have a short break. Do you need a short break or do you want to continue?
Short break.
Okay.
Short break.
So can we come back at how long is the short? How short is short?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Is that okay with everybody? 10 minutes? Sempat nak pergi buat Nescafe tarik?
Okay, sempat.
Sempat lah? Okay. All right. So we'll meet at about 10:55 macam tu lah. 5 minutes before 11.
Oh.
Okay, are we back? 10 minutes up. Hello.
Yes, Prof.
Ready.
Yeah.
Prof.
Okay. All right. So the next task or activity that we're going to do is you're going to be assigned to a new breakout room. So it's no longer the same group lagi. This will be for where you will have 3 to a group, 3 orang dalam satu kumpulan. Mungkin ada kumpulan yang akan ada kurang daripada itulah. So the first round, yang ni dalam 1 minit saya akan time. In pairs, I want you to take turn to say numbers 1 to 3. Misal kata saya, and then ada Dr. Masudi, ada Dr. Zaki. So I will say number 1, Dr. Masudi will say number 2, and then Dr. Zaki will say number 3, and then we take turn. Lepas Dr. Zaki cakap 3, I cakap balik 1. Lepas tu Dr. Masudi cakap 2, 3. Macam itulah ulang. Nak tengok berapa round of 1, 2, 3 yang you can do within 1 minute. Faham tak? That's the first round. So far so good untuk nak faham yang first round tu?
Okay.
Boleh nah? Nanti lepas habis just first round tu, second round dalam masa 3 minit, while saying the number, sama je. Katalah macam I tadi dah buat, I dah kata 1, Dr. Masudi cakap 2, Dr. Zaki cakap nombor 3. So bila I kata nombor 1 balik, I kena clap. I will say 1. Tadi I cakap 1 je. So sekarang ni 1. I kena clap. Lepas tu yang Dr. Masudi will say 2. Dia snap dia punya fingers. Yang Dr. Zaki will say 3. So this activity, go and get your tudung because I want everybody to buka the video when you're in your group. You cannot do like this yang dengar suara je. Tak boleh.
Okay, boleh.
So saya akan masuk kat dalam group tu nak tengok you all buat macam mana. So I hope everybody can switch on their video because this one you have to look at the people. Okay, can we buka siap-siap so that everybody can everybody is ready to switch on their video and get their tudung and all that?
Okay, dah.
Okay. Semua dah ready?
Sudah.
Kalau sudah ready, Ayin silakan.
Okay, Prof. Okay, dah buka room dah.
Okay. So I takkan masuk lah
Ya.
Oh. Dr. Fauzian pergi mana? Okay. Dr. Kamarul Zaman dah ada kat dalam room tu. Aznita, siapa Aznita? Dr. Aznita?
Dr. Aznita, okay dah join.
Okay, dah masuk dah. Alright.
Room
Ada 4 rooms je sebab kita tak banyak ni je ya.
Ya, ada yang room 6 dengan room 5 tu dia ada seorang-seorang je sebab Dr. Masudi dengan Dr. Mas tu belum join.
Oh. Dr. Masudi and Dr.
Oh,
Mas?
Dr. Masudi ada satu lagi ni.
Oh,
No, I move Dr. Yati masuk room 5 lah.
So room kenapa I tak? Sekejap.
Okay, 2 minimum 2 kan, Prof? Alright, okay, Prof.
Okay.
Okay dah, done. 30 second Prof untuk close.
Boleh.
Okay.
Sedap pula biskut you dia.
Tak apa, kita review Prof.
Okay, welcome back.
Ingat nak main lagi tadi, makin dah hujung makin syok pula doktor.
Itulah. Dia dah next share, dia panggil next share.
Tak dan habis duduk tengah sembang, tiba-tiba masuk ni lah.
Tak dan. Tak cukup seminit.
Tapi dah siap dah macam. Macam dah siap dah.
Okay, it's nice to see everybody coming back into this and all smiling. Okay, tell me what do you feel about doing this activity?
First one is easier.
Janggal sebab tak cukup orang, 2 orang je.
Relax.
Kumpulan yang ada 3 orang, Habang Sat kat depa, you all kena buat apa?
Kami mula kami 1, 2, 3, kemudian ditambah 4. So kena sequence dia 4 orang berbeza sikit kan. So everyone kena alert benda dia punya numbers dia lah.
Brilliant. So this activity nampak macam bahasa pasarnya sempoi je, but it's actually making you alert about really listening and not just focusing on you, because if you're focusing on you, chances are you ingat you punya nombor 1 forever. Rupanya nombor 1 tu can berubah bila dia tambah lagi 1 kan. Macam yang kumpulan yang ada 3, mula-mula dia pun macam smooth je. 1, dah lah buat pelan-pelan pula tu. 1, 2, 3. They could go on without any hesitation, but I gave them a challenge. I kata okay, now tambah 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nah, masa tu sebab nombor 1 tu akan berubah. Orang yang akan terpaksa bercakap nombor 1 tu. Of the 2, did every group get to do the second round? The second round activity where you have to do the clap and the snapping of the fingers and the 2 thumbs up? Okay, brilliant. Of the 2, which one is easier?
First one.
First one, yeah.
Yeah, because that's just one benda kan. The second one, when the minute you have to do 2 things, it becomes difficult.
Distracted.
Yes. So what does that tell you?
We need to focus.
Correct. And when your client is actually giving you the stories, it's not smooth as in the first round. They're not going to tell you, my problem is number 1 is this. Dia terperinci. Tak ada. Dia akan cakap dekat you macam-macam. So you have to stay focused in order for you to be able to do it. In order for you to say while clapping, and doing all the other behaviors. I'm just giving you this analogy. But when you're listening to your client, this is where it's important for you to stay focused and listen to the client. So that's why it's important for you to know who is before you, because that's your client. So apa yang dia cakap tu you will follow. So if everybody understand that, then chances are that group will not make a mistake. Okay, so this is what it means by the levels of listening. Sometimes we pretend to listen, but we're not listening. We're just focusing on ourselves. Kan? Nak tahu apa kita nak cakap. And sometimes people do selective listening. Yang ni banyak ni kalau masuk dalam mesyuarat, sebab tu bila keluar mesyuarat, bila orang suruh sampaikan kepada orang yang kat bawah-bawah ni, siapa pun tak faham. They get bits and pieces because they were doing selective listening when they were doing it, when they were attending the meeting. Attentive listening is what we're looking for, but in the coaching, it's not just attentive listening, but what you need is actually to do the empathetic listening, where you actually listen with empathy. So was it easy to do? Yeah, kind of easy until I give you a challenge and it goes like, okay, sekejap, nak kena focus, right? So focusing is not that easy, but if you do this over time, with the experience and the confidence, inshallah, you'll be able to listen well to help other people understand and make that decision. Okay, this is a whole group activity. I just want you to just tell me. This is the situation. It's 9:15 a.m. You pass by the postgraduate room in your respective schools and saw Ji Yuan, your first year PhD student from China, in front of a computer. You notice that she was fixated reading a website that has nothing to do with work at all. So come up with as many interpretations as you can of what is going on. Identify what might explain Ji Yuan's behavior. Anybody wants to shout? What will be your first reaction?
Just taking a break.
Okay, just taking a break.
That would be my answer as well.
Okay, just taking a break. Okay, anyone else?
Or just for distraction, basically focusing so hard on the work, you need some time off, basically.
Okay, so time off to get some relaxation of the mind. Okay, what else?
Maybe she's reading news about her whole country.
Brilliant. Maybe she was actually listening, looking at what's happening in her hometown and getting some news back home because she's feeling depressed. What else?
She has a personal problem or immediate task, emergency thing that she needs to, that may have disturbed her mind, and she needs to read that website to solve her problem maybe.
Yep, possible. Maybe she was actually having some problems with the food, and she was watching, looking at the different types of websites that's related to food, got nothing to do with corporate governance, which is actually her area of study. Okay, what else?
Perhaps.
Okay.
Hello. Never mind. Just continue.
Okay, maybe she is distracted. She actually should be doing her work, but she is distracted by reading.
Yeah, she was searching for the journals, and suddenly she got this ads yang keluar, pop-ups and all that, and she got distracted. Possible, okay. So there are various possibilities, but of course, that is when you're doing the interpretation, whose perspective are we looking at?
Her perspective.
Are you sure you're looking at her perspective?
No, we are thinking from our own perspective, but it is supposed to be from her perspective.
That's right. So we are using our own perspective to understand her perspective, right? So be careful when you're doing coaching, because sometimes we might make unnecessarily judgment towards our client. So that's why we have to make sure that if you see her doing this, what can you possibly do?
Confront.
Ask her.
Okay, the word confront is very, 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 very strong there. Okay, what exactly do you mean by confront here?
Approach her.
Okay.
Kindly ask her.
Yeah, in a nice way lah kot kan because confront can be like macam, have you finished your work? That's confront too, right? So yeah, basically asking her, so what's up, or whatever lah cara kita nak tanya kita punya student kan, and from there we will also what site are you watching, and then that's where you discover the real reason behind it. Kalau memang betul-betul dia distracted, oh no, I just saw this ad and I wanted to know what it is all about. Okay, kalau sekali-sekala tak apa, tapi kalau every time you see that happening, chances are they will not be able to finish within the time period given to them lah. Right. So when you talk about listening for understanding, the biggest barrier is effective listening. And sometimes the biggest barrier is because you're making assumptions. We have our own assumptions. And the strategies to make sure that we do not fall into making those judgment and assumptions is to make sure that we look at the observable behaviors, we suspend our judgment, and we step back and listen to our assumptions, and also listen to what the client has to say. And what happens if when someone is actually talking to you and you are showing this non-verbal signals? I know all of you are so good at multitasking. You can listen to webinars, do your journal article, while yeah, very true. But you're actually in your conclusion part of your article. Everybody is so good at multitasking. Chances are they will be doing this. So what do you feel if someone is actually doing this? When they are talking to you, you continue with what you were doing while you listen, which means either you were reading something, or looking bored, annoyed, or frustrated, macam that kind of thing. Don't maintain eye contact. That means you're not looking at the person. But of course, this is very cultural based. But preferably eye contact lah. Sebab kalau kita tak tengok orang tu, macam mana kita nak tengok dia punya body language? Macam mana kita nak tengok dia tak senyum ke masa dia kata sad ke happy ke kan? So that's why we have to also look at the person from time to time. Keep checking the time, or are fiddling with pen or doodling. Orang tengah cakap, kita dah lukis gambar bunga lah, pokok lah, apalah. What do you think? What kind of message are you sending?
You're not interested.
They are not important.
Who said that?
Me.
Me is Nur Azwani.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is very, 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 very important message yang akan menyebabkan mereka tak mau main dah dekat you punya session. Because you do not show them that they are important. You do not show that they are, you're being serious about helping them to understand what their issues are. So and of course other things that you all have said just now, that you're not interested and all that. Yalah, dah muka pun bored and not frustrated lagi lah. So that's why as a coach, if you have issues yourself, that means on that day you just got up from the wrong side of the bed, or you met somebody that you really make my day terrible, then don't do a coaching session on that day. Reschedule. If you have a bad day, if you have a bad hair day, do not continue with your coaching session, because chances are you are human, we do have our weaknesses and our problems too. So the best is to actually reschedule.
Prof, macam saya kan sendirilah, kalau sometimes when we need to have this something like coaching session ni, saya tak boleh tengok direct to eyes, but I can I choose any part of the face untuk focus on. Saya tak boleh rasa macam tak boleh tengok mata. Kena tengok macam mulut dia ke.
Boleh lah. Kalau mulut tu jangan dekat sikit lah dengan mata kan. Janganlah sampai you nak tengok benda tempat lain, masalah lah pula kan. Sebab it's actually the face that will give you the clue, the thing that I miss most when I'm teaching is actually seeing my students' faces, because it's through the faces that I really know whether they understand, although they're doing this, but I know that they're not understanding. Because the eyes tells you that, the eyes is like macam sinar dia tu macam boleh dipersoalkan, tapi angguk, semua faham ke? Faham. Tapi macam mata terkebil-kebil yang macam janganlah tanya dekat we all, okay? Maksudnya semua macam tunduk kat bawah, tak mau jawab kan. So those are the body language. So if you kata setakat mulut tu, it's still near the face. Jangan sampai you tengok the ceiling, tengok tepi dia, tengok tempat lain, that's, you might miss the point lah. You might miss the body language. But you see, what I hide by language, my body utters. Even the way in which people duduk ke, kadang-kadang kita boleh tahu kan cara dia betul ke, macam the police, they can actually tell whether you're telling a lie or telling the truth by just looking at your eyes. Where is it looking at? Is it looking at the roof or kat bawah ke apa kan? So daripada cara depa untuk nak tengok those things lah. And that's why you have to also listen to the non-verbals. Other than what is being said, you also need to verify that with the body language. So listen to the unspoken, because the non-verbal accounts for more than 50%, and that's where you can unpack. So you katalah macam tadi dia kata you're sad but you're smiling. So when you said that you were sad, I noticed that you smile. Can you elaborate on that? Nampak tak? Tapi kalau you tak tengok muka dia, you pun tak perasan dia senyum tadi, tapi dia kata dia sad. So you want them to elaborate, right? So, and the other thing, remember about listening, and the next thing was asking the right questions. So if you don't ask the right questions, you will not be able to discover anything. And asking the right questions is also important. Okay, now go back to your Padlet. Can you all go back to your Padlet? Nampak macam ada ramai yang baru masuk ni. Yeah, go back to your Padlet. In your Padlet, the second, if you look at under resources, there's a coaching profile. Can you download that and rate yourself? There are some questions. I want you to rate yourself. That will be your coaching profile. But I tell you what, why don't you do this whenever lah? But okay.
Under resources.
Dalam resources. Dekat bahagian nombor 2 tu, coaching coaching profile.
Boleh buka ke?
Boleh?
Tak boleh, saya kuat.
Tak boleh. Tak
Kita
boleh. Dia dah masuk
resource
dalam Padlet.
dah.
Klik dekat coaching profile tu. Dia sepatutnya macam tadi lah. Dia macam tadi punya yang group activity tu. Kalau tak, you can kalau tak, you can do this later lah. But this is actually to show you, just like the listening tu. Sekarang ni dia nak tunjuk your coaching profile. Basically kita nak tengok what is your strength. In doing coaching, what will be your strength? The skills that you have already in you. So if has anyone able to buka? Ada sesiapa yang boleh buka tak?
Kena download kan?
Tak boleh buka ni, Prof.
Ya, dia kena download. Dia kena download baru you boleh isi.
Okay.
Tekan pada resource.
Saya okey je.
Sat nak I share kat sini pula. Kejap. So that everybody is clear what I mean. Right. So this is the one, the coaching profile. Tadi yang kita buat tadi ni group activity yang ni. So kita tak nak buat yang tu, kita nak buat yang ni pula, coaching profile.
Oh, di bawah.
So all you need to do is just to click that and it will come out. So you download lah. Then after that you rate yourself. 1 is never, 2 seldom, 3 usually, 4 frequently, 5 always, almost always. So I think yang ni you can do it on your own lah. I don't think we have that time for you for us to do. But nanti bila you dah dapat, then you rate yourself here. Macam tadi juga, nombor 1 you rate apa, nombor 5 ke 6 ke whatever. And at the end dia akan explain to you what are the weaknesses of your coaching. So if you want to know what skills you have as a coach, you can do this coaching profile. Right, let's just do
This is question.
Okay, coaching profile tu lagi nanti kita you all buat on your own, because basically what you want to see is your overall profile, and then you want to see what's your current strength, and then from there you want to see where you or which skills or sub attributes that you need to enhance or improve. So basically that's it lah. So you can do it on your own. And I'm not going to go into the benefits and the barriers of coaching, because I think everybody dah clear dah setakat ni kan. The benefits of coaching is when they are able to see what their issues are and how to improve. So secara tak langsung you increase productivity, results and success lah. And you're able to harness your most exceptional employees, you know, betul-betul unleash their true potential, especially if you're coaching for success. And you support ongoing learning and development, because even if you're coaching for improvement, you are giving the opportunity for anyone to improve, yeah, rather than biar je dia sampai 30 tahun duduk kat universiti ni tak ubah-ubah lagi kan. So allows you to focus on higher and more strategic matters. Sebab tu yang tadi kalau kata dia ada 5 isu, you akan kata which one is the most important. So the most important to that client, if the client can improve on the most important to that particular client, chances are yang pada dia yang tak penting tu senanglah dia nak buat sendiri. Creates a trusting and supportive environment. Of course lah, kalau you have the skills and you tend to help people around you, either because of your position or because you're a senior or because you just want to become a colleague that want to help another colleague, kan? Tak adalah kita duduk in silos and you know, orang yang pandai menulis dia je lah seorang yang pandai menulis, orang yang pandai mengajar dia seorang je lah yang pandai mengajar, orang yang pandai buat research dia seorang je. You know, everybody, if everybody is caring and able to provide that support, people will gain those experiences from various people. And success is motivational and spurs others to new heights. Itulah barriers dia. Kita ni lah tak ada masa untuk coach others, or maybe we lack the coaching skills, or we feel that kita tak sabar, rasa macam alah jawapan dia senang je, pasal apalah dia ni susahnya sampai kena 10 sesi kot nak jumpa, baru nak jumpa dia punya jalan nak selesai, astaghfirullah, So you got to be very patient. You are not the person and the person is not you. So and you feel, kadang-kadang kita rasa macam people do not like to be coached. Sometimes people yang nak dibantu tu dia pun tak tahu dia perlu bantuan, and dia malu sebenarnya nak minta bantuan. So kalau kita offer to become the coach and depa pun setuju, remember the coach dengan klien tu yang kena setuju, then they are okay lah. And some people berkira pula, dia rasa macam kalau kau boleh buat business ni, kalau nak jadi coach ni 1 jam 300 tak apalah, ni buang masa je. So if it's free, lagilah susah orang nak buat kan. But we being Muslims, I think even if it's free, it's not free really. What is more important is when you're doing something good and that person is becoming better, your perks or your incentives is not just in this life but also in the life hereafter, and that's important. Okay, now we're coming to the model. So there are 2 very common ikut sekati aja cakap kan.
Profile.
Sorry ya, I'm getting old lah. Yeah, I was talking about this just now. Don't worry, I will give you the notes later on. Right, models of coaching. We're now coming to the models of coaching. Ni pula silap share. Sekejap ya. Okay, nanti akan ada 2 device nak tengok apa yang you all tengok. Okay, models of coaching, there is sure and there's grow. Okay, sure ni is the acronym for set context, U, understand situation, R, resolve issues, E, establish action. Grow is the acronym for goals, reality, option, or will, ataupun way forward. Sebenarnya kan sama aja. Set context, goal. Understand situation, you understand the reality. Resolve issues, you're giving the options. Establish action, the way forward. Nampak tak? Dia macam lebih kurang je. Tapi biasalah, masing-masing nak buat duit kot. So buatlah pattern, satu sure, satu grow kan. So for this particular training, we're not going to do grow. We're going to do sure. Okay. And this is a picture of when we were doing this in ACAP. So this is the training that we did in ACAP, and you know these people, right? They are our colleagues in UUM. So they were part of the participants being called, and the rest are all from various universities. So in terms of coaching, using the SURE model, so kita guna SURE model sekarang ni. In terms of coaching, dia ada 2 peringkat lah. The types of coaching, we have the before, we have the during, after, and we also have coaching for success, and we have coaching for improvement. So if when you're doing your coaching and you think that this person is suitable for coaching for success, and if it's successful, then you know that it is you are able to reinforce their performance. But if the coaching for success is not successful, then you need to do coaching for improvement. If it is successful, maksudnya ada perubahan, then it's reinforced performance. Kalau tak ada perubahan, maksudnya gagal lagi. Coaching for improvement does not, it's not coaching for improvement. Then the next thing is performance counseling. Performance counseling, nak jawab balik apa yang Dr. Mazudi tanya tadi. When it comes to performance counseling, you and I cannot do this. We have to get the counselor to do this. One who has training and skills to really focus on counseling. Because counseling ni dia akan relate kepada psychological factors apart from work-related factors. Coaching for success and coaching for improvement is work-related, so it's okay. The minute it goes towards attitude and especially negative attitudes lah, and it's related to psychological factors, then you need to go to the performance counselling. Okay, so kita akan concentrate kepada coaching for success and coaching for improvement. Coaching for success, you proactively guiding and helping others towards success. The key word is proactively. Maksudnya, orang tu belum lagi ada masalah. You tengok dan you rasa-rasa dia akan ada masalah. You know, you boleh nampak dah bahawa dia akan mempunyai beberapa masalah disebabkan beberapa ciri. That's where you proactively guide and help them. So it's called coaching for success. Again, you need to have the consent of the person lah, to say in order for the person to be able to be on board. So some examples include coaching others who are leading a project team for the first time. Katalah you nampak your junior yang baru dapat FRGS grant, you dah ada 20 FRGS grant. So you dah boleh tahu dah asam garam nak buat FRGS yang successful and not successful, and looking based on your experience, you dah dapat detect lah yang ni macam kalau tak betul bahagian ni dia akan ada problem. So that's where you proactively coach for success. So you can ask the coachee whether they are interested to embark on this coaching for success. And if the coachee is learning a new skill or task or taking on new roles and responsibilities, for example, you dah jadi timbalan dekan for 10 years, and you have another colleague yang tak pernah pegang jawatan, tiba-tiba jadi timbalan dekan. Mau terduduk, nak kena buat segala plan strategik lah, apalah kan. So that's where you can offer proactively guide and help the staff to do coaching for success, or dealing with new international students. Yang tu pun possible for coaching for success. Maksudnya belum lagi dia bermasalah, kita nak bantu dia untuk sukses. Sebab tu dia kata proactively guiding and helping others towards success. Depa ni bukannya depa ni ada masalah lagi, belum. Tapi kita offer proactively. So far so good? Okay. Coaching for improvement is guiding and helping others improve performance or correct performance problems, work habit or misconduct. Yang ini memang dah ada masalah. Okay, so kita nak improve dia punya performance. Yang ini kita boleh maklum pada dia bahawa dia ada problem dekat bahagian ni, dan we would like to do the coaching session. So examples of the coaching others will be miss targets or deadlines. Asyik-asyik kena extend 2 bulan, 3 bulan. That's where you have to come in lah. If you are the ketua, you kena coach for improvement. Perform below expectation, and you want to help them to improve. So that's also one way. Demonstrated a poor work attitude or behavior like coming late, uncooperative, abusive organization facilities. Abusing organization facilities, etc. So these are coaching for improvement. So maksudnya yang tadi tu tak ada lagi masalah, tapi kita nak bagi dia coach supaya dia boleh melonjak dia punya sukses dia. Coaching for improvement, there is a problem and you need to correct that problem. You need to improve that problem. So far so good? This is where you shout. If you don't understand, just shout, okay? All right. Performance counseling is when there is serious or continuing performance issues or misconduct, misbehavior habits at workplace. Contoh dia, continuing to perform below expectation despite earlier coaching. Kita dah bagi dah coaching for improvement. Kan tadi yang dalam ni. Kita dah bagi dah coaching for improvement, tak berjaya juga. Sebab tu dia terus jatuh kepada performance counselling. Maksudnya ada hidden problem yang related to psychology that's probably impeding that change, kan? Impeding pula. Not impeding. Yang blocking that change, ya. Right. Lepas tu, another example, breaching safety or security policies or practices. Yang ni kalau depa say nasty words in the email sending, viral punya messages yang boleh tarnish other people's personality ke apa, That's possible for performance counselling. Or harassing or threatening others at work. Dia jadi taikor kat dalam universiti pula. So yang tu pun performance counselling. Okay. Right. We're going to do this activity now. So now you understand there are 3. There's coaching for, apa tadi? Ada lupa. Ada 3 kan? Ke ada 4? 3. Okay, apa dia?
Coaching for success.
Coaching for success.
Okay, I dengar coaching for success.
Coaching for improvement and coaching for counseling.
Oh, terribly brilliant. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Kamarul. Thank you for also switching on your video. The rest of you, buka lah video. Barulah boleh nampak you all ni ada ke tak ada ke. Okay, very good. So there are 3 different types of coaching. So I want you to read the situation and you let me know. Macam mana let me know? You let me know via chat. Dia apa? Nanti kita tengok. Nombor 1 is performance. Boleh tak you all tulis siap-siap. Number 1 is coaching for success. Number 2 is coaching for improvement. And number 3 is performance counselling. Are we ready? So individually read each coaching situation and determine which type of coaching discussion would be appropriate. Imagine you are the leader in each of the situation or scenario. So sekarang ni kita ni sebagai ketua, kita nampak benda-benda ni, yang ini adalah coaching untuk sukses ke, coaching untuk performance ke, performance counselling. You letak nombor 1, nombor 2, nombor 3 je, tak payah nak tulis panjang-panjang. Maksudnya kalau 1, coaching for success, 2, coaching for improvement, and 3, performance counselling. Are we ready? All right. Let's do situation 1. Raise hand. Raise hand. Yes, Dr. Masudi. Dr. Masudi, raise hand. Okay. Tersilap tekan
Sorry, Prof. Silap.
Okay. Let's look at situation 1. Daud has difficulty keeping meetings on track when he chairs meetings. Janganlah jadi macam Daud, okay? Sometimes there is no proper agenda, and even if there is, the meeting goes off track and can go on forever.
For improvement, coach.
Dalam chat. Tulis dalam chat.
Chat.
Remember, 1 is success, 2 is performance improvement, 3 is performance counselling. Okay, let's see. Betul ke? Betul! Yay! Clap. It's coaching for improvement. Kenapa coaching for improvement?
Jadi problem. Jadi sebab dah ada problem.
Problem dia ialah?
Apa agenda.
Meeting dia goes off track. Suka sembang. Yeah. So okay, situation 2. So semua orang faham ya? Yang ni improvement sebab dia dah ada problem. So kita nak improve dia. Situation 2, Mei Ling has been appointed to lead the research project. She works well with people and has positive influence on those she works with. This is a highly visible project and she feels overwhelmed.
Success.
The rest of you? Kenapa sukses?
Semua ciri-ciri yang bagus tu dah memang ada. Cuba perlu more saja.
Sebab dia baru kan, has been appointed to lead the research project. She was well, semua. This is a highly visible project and she feels overwhelmed. Dia belum lagi ada masalah. Tapi kalau kita tak bantu dia awal-awal, dia akan jadi ada masalah lah. Dia akan macam lambat lah apalah kan. So yang ni belum lagi ada masalah. So that's why it's coaching for success. Everybody understand this or anyone wants me to explain? Semua okay?
Okay, Prof.
Yang jawab 2, kejap. Yang jawab 2. Dr. Fauziah, faham dah lah ni?
Confused tadi.
Okay. Jangan jadi confused, okay? So remember, if it's not, nak tengok benda lain pula keluar. If you, kalau dia belum lagi ada masalah, dia ada potential, so kita nak improve, I shouldn't say the word, nanti confused. Kita nak bagi dia, nak terjahkan dia lagi kepada, jadi successful, sebab tu dia coaching for success. Right, let's look at this. Amarjit has the habit of spending most of her time on the phone. In some occasions, you were not able to get through her fixed line and had to call her mobile to get her. You found out that others had similar frustrating experience trying to get her on her fixed line. You are wondering if these calls are work related. So coaching for, or which one? Number 1, number 2, number 3. Okay, many of you wrote 3. Why 3? Why performance counseling?
Repeatedly.
Repeatedly mana?
Maybe patients.
Work related, dia punya work related dah terganggu.
Tapi kita tak tahulah sama ada dia dah pernah di counsel ke tidak kan. So assuming that dia belum lagi di counsel, so chances are is for improvement. And plus yang ni taklah teruk sangat sebab kalau performance counselling tu apa dia punya ni?
Misconduct.
Misconduct. Dia macam serious. Yang tu tak adalah misconduct tapi dia macam bad work habits je lah kan, which we can improve. But for serious punya misconduct or misbehavior, baru kita kena ada performance counselling. Okay, let's look at Chan. Chan likes to project himself as the live wire in the company. He likes to joke and make fun of others. Just this morning, he circulated some obscene pictures via email. IT detected his circulation and brought this matter to your attention. So you as a leader?
Performance counselling.
3.
Okay, pandailah you all ni. Dah boleh dah, cukup dah. Boleh habis dah ni. Boleh dah lah nak jadi nak start dah. Bibit pertama untuk menjadi coach. Alright, so performance counselling. Sebab dia buat misconduct. What was the misconduct?
Circulating obscene pictures.
That's right. So you know very well that this is not right. Kan? You're violating other people's privacy. Okay, let's look at situation 5. Nina is your best young lecturer. She's technically competent and excellent in problem solving. You promoted her just 2 weeks ago to a coordinator position. She is enthusiastic over her promotion, though she has never supervised anyone before.
Looking for success.
You're getting good at this, eh? Anyone else feels that it's not? Okay, brilliant. Brilliant for everybody. So, coaching for success. Situation 6. Jangan cakap, okay? You tutup mulut, everybody. Ron have yet to submit his drafts for his thesis and the deadline has been shifted more than twice. Ron is well known as the perfectionist. Sorry for that. Nak tengok you on your chat. Tertarik. Yeah, Alhamdulillah. You're very good at this. Coaching for improvement. Sebab dia bukan buat benda yang misconduct, tapi dia ada problem untuk ikuti deadline. So you need to coach dia untuk improve. Pandai everybody. Ada soalan? Before I continue. Kalau tak ada, tadi ni kita dah tahu dah macam mana kita nak tengok yang dia ni coaching for success ke, coaching for improvement ke. Sekarang ni ialah cara-cara untuk nak coach. So there are 2, sure step dengan sure values. Okay? Sure step basically relates to the IQ and sure values relate to the emotion. So kalau emotion is EQ, that's the values. And kalau outcome is the IQ, which is actually related to the sure step. So let's look at the sure values first. So dia kata a human needs to be treated with respect and dignity, meaningfully engaged and involved, listening to be understood and also supported and trusted. So of the two, EQ tu kena penting lah sebab trust comes from the emotion, right? When people sense that you have that good vibes, then chances are for them to feel that you are supporting them and trusting them is higher. Kalau you buat tak kisah saja, memanglah mereka pun macam tak teringin nak cakap dengan you apa masalah mereka. So this is the sure values. Sure values is related to the EQ. So what is the sure values? What is the SURE for values? The first one, S, is to support others. So you need to show that you are constantly being supportive. U stands for understand others. You need to show that you are trying your best to understand them. R is respect others. So you need to respect them. Remember, they are not you, you are not them. E, engage others. You have to engage them so that they can tell you what their problem is. So these are the thing that you need to do when you're providing sure values. Ni kena tahu-tahu sebab lagi nanti you all kena buat. Kah. Support. Build confidence. So you nak build siapa punya confidence? You ke client?
Client.
Of course. So you punya confident, you kena build based on experience. So the thing about sure values is building the confidence of the client. So don't take over. You have to remove all the barriers, explore and seek the right level, be available, encourage them to do, encourage them to think. But to do is about the action plan. Think is about how they can solve the problem, and finally to empower and also to develop so that they feel that they are the ones who can solve the problem for themselves. Yang tu yang dia perasa empowered and they can develop. Understand is where you listen to the content and the feelings and address feelings before solutions. You paraphrase to empathize the feelings. So kalau dia kata sad, can you explain about what you mean by sad? So kalau dia cerita-cerita, you respond balik. So when this thing happened, you were sad. Am I okay to say that you are sad because of these things happen? So you are rephrasing dia punya apa yang dia punya response tu. Respond with the appropriate action. Jangan bila dia kata sad, you duk senyum. So as a coach, when they sad, muka you pun kena sad lah. Kalau dia pun happy, muka you pun happy. Jangan masa dia pun kata I'm happy about this, I won whatever international award ke, you macam okay, next. Don't show those kind of expression. So you have to follow dia punya feeling. Dia pun sedih, you sedih. Dia pun seronok, you seronok. Macam tu lah. Understand feelings is not necessarily agreeing. So understand feelings tu not necessarily betul-betul. Apa yang you buat tu betul. That's not what your coaches should do lah. You shouldn't say that they are right. You just acknowledge that you're trying to understand. Our respect is to value and respect uniqueness and differences. So they're different people. Yeah, they are not you, you are not them. Acknowledge achievement, contribution, talent, expertise, effort. Maintain or boost self-confidence of others. Be sincere. So you have to be sincere too. And also provide compliments and praises. Jangan ikut suka hati je nak bagi, nak kata bagus lah you ni, padahal dalam hati you tak bagus pun. So kalau dia tak bagus pun tak payah nak cakap bagus. You just kata okay, that's very good. Not very good. That's acceptable. Tapi kalau dia memang betul-betul bagus, katalah very good, So praise in public and criticize in private. Nah, yang ni memang sebagai leader kita kena buat macam ni lah. Jangan marah dekat semua orang. Padahal seorang je yang buat masalah tu. So panggil yang seorang tu supaya kita boleh settle dengan dia. Yang the rest, you praise them when it's needed. Express confidence in others. Engage, involve others to increase the buy-in, the commitment. Seek ideas, opinion, assistance, help, view, comments. Balance seeking and telling. Elaborating and questioning. Keep an open mind, build on ideas and synergize. So that's the values. So now let's look at the IQ, which is the sure steps. Yeah, so once you dah establish the values, dia dah rasa selamat dah dengan you sebab you dah build dia punya confidence, you're trying to understand, you respect them, you know, and you want them to become empowered and engaged. So the next is for you to look at the sure steps. So the sure steps is where the coaching yang tadi tu is like building the rapport. Yang sekarang ni ialah the steps for you to do the actual coaching lah. So what is the purpose of the interaction? So you have to explain. The purpose of the interaction is to guide and coach, to provide direction, not to provide direction by telling, but provide direction based on the alternatives that was given by them. You know, you were just guiding for them to do it. Share performance expectation as well as solve issues and problems. When I say share performance expectation, it's not sharing your experience, sharing how well did they solve the problem based on the solutions that they have found. So this is the sure steps. So the S in sure steps, start with the purpose or objective. So sebelum you nak start you punya coaching session, you kena start dengan purpose of the coach ialah apa? Supaya everybody is focused on the specific thing that needs to be done within a specific time. Okay? And then you begin by uncovering the issues, concerns, additional information, or by getting enough getting information and data. And then once you dah unpack dah semua tu, then you ask them, okay, dalam banyak-banyak ni you dah kata A, B, C, D, E, F, G, dalam banyak-banyak ni yang mana satu you nak buat dulu? This is where you reach agreement on ideas, what you want to do, and then from there apa isu dia, apa cara untuk penyelesaian dia, apa alternatif dia, apa keputusan yang dia buat, siapa yang sepatutnya pantau apa dan bila. Jadi maksudnya kita kena kata macam mana kita nak tahu sama ada dia dah siap ke belum, dia nanti report dekat siapa, lepas tu kita nak bagi tempoh masa yang macam mana. Jadi both the coaches and you are clear, kita nak tengok perubahan dalam tempoh masa yang macam mana. Okay? And then when it's all done, you end by summarizing and checking the commitment. So this is the sure steps that all coaching sessions will happen lah. So the first, in order for you to start, you state the purpose, you highlight the expectation or outcome, if possible highlight why is it important to them, important to set the right environment. So macam katalah tadi, somebody was saying about publication, I think it was Dr. Mazrah kot yang cakap pasal publication kan. Maybe that's one problem that instructors have. Okay, so state the purpose of discussion. What do you mean by publication? Cannot write, have mental block, takut nak write ke apa ke? And if they don't see, katalah orang tu macam tak nampak kenapa pentingnya publication tu, you can ask them, why is this important? Ada kena-mengena dengan apa? So kalau dia nampak bahawa it's related to the KPI, related to the naik pangkat and all that, so then dia boleh nampaklah priority untuk dia nak letak yang mana satu lah ya. Okay, uncover is where you share and seek to understand any issues or concern. Yang tu yang you tanya what and how tu. What can you tell me about this? How did you have that? How did you derive on that feeling and all that? So those are the kind of questions that you will have to uncover. So you encourage them to share additional information. The R is where you reach agreement. So you jointly develop ideas and solutions, you explore resources needed, you agree on an action plan, who does what by when, and if there's no agreement, you kena patah balik pergi ke uncover. Okay, so dia tak ada smooth macam tu. Dia kadang-kadang bila dah elok dah nampak macam ada jalan penyelesaian, sekali patah balik kepada uncover ni. Sebab dia pun realise, oh macam tadi tu lah yang I kata tu, asal-asalnya dia kata kucing, ayam dengan itik, padahal dah nak habis dah cerita pasal ayam dengan itik, rupanya kucing tu yang problem. Okay. And finally, the E in sure step is where you summarize the key points covered in action plan, and if appropriate, establish follow-up dates. You check for the confidence and commitment. You acknowledge and appreciate their contribution and commitment. So kalau dia pun betul-betul dapat selesai, you celebrate that lah with them. Acknowledge lah. Yeah. Yang ini untuk kita nak bagi feedback. Yang ni feedback ni masa end lah. Sorry, excuse me. So you have to balance between the positive and the improvement feedback. And it's got to be as soon as possible. Just macam kita mengajar lah kan, feedback must be given immediately. And it's got to be clear, not vague. So to be specific, if you want to give positive feedback is for success, it's here. Improvement feedback, for coaching for improvement, it's heard. It's an acronym. Cara nak bagi feedback ialah highlight events, what was the situation or event, the action, what the person did or said, result, why it was effective. Dia kena ada tiga-tiga komponen ni. Yang ini kalau untuk bagi feedback for coaching for success. So I want to contoh, I want to thank you for staying back till 9 p.m. last night to complete the OBE report. You provided very accurate and complete information and data. Senior management of the school was particularly impressed with your excellent analysis, interpretation and recommendation. Yang ni action dia yang apa yang berlaku. Your report, ni baru result. Your report helped map out an important strategy for the next curriculum review. That's the result. Thank you, whoever. Okay, so that's how you provide feedback lah. And kalau for improvement, dia tambah satu lagi, which is develop. Highlight events, action, result, and the last one is actually develop alternatives. So dia selalunya akan ada problem lah yang ni. I noticed in our team meeting yesterday, you interrupted those who were trying to share their views with statement like, come on, that won't work here, and you must be joking. Ini action dia. Ini highlight event bila dia berlaku. Then results dia lah, this shut them down and discourage further participation from them. So perhaps you may want to keep an open mind with those ideas and build your ideas on their ideas. It is okay to share with them your concern why you feel certain ideas may not work. That way we can achieve better synergy of ideas and get good participation from everyone. So that's where you're seeking for them to provide alternatives for them to be able to develop. So in receiving feedback, kena listen carefully lah, to keep an open mind, suspend judgment. You need to clarify, express appreciation, and you have to check balik lah, check it out. And now in your Padlet tu, dia ada coaching planner. Now what I want you to do is to have 3 in a group. Ayin, kita akan pecah balik kepada 3 dalam kumpulan. Seorang jadi coach, seorang jadi coachee, seorang jadi observer.
Group yang sama ataupun different groups?
Boleh, nak group yang sama pun boleh. Tapi yang kalau boleh yang dua tadi tu pecahkan dia supaya jadi 3-3-3.
Semua kena 3-3-3. Okay.
Okay, we're going to do this. You all have you can choose which one you nak buat. You nak buat Nina is your best young lecturer ke? She is technically competent in excellent problem solving. You promoted her just 2 weeks ago to as coordinator at situation 5 ataupun situation 2. You can choose whichever you want. How many groups are we going to have, Ayin? Kalau kita dah pecah-pecah tadi ni? 4. 4 kah?
Lebih kurang 4, Prof.
Kalau 4, group 1 dengan group 3 buat situation 5, group 2 dengan group 4 situation 2.
Yes.
Boleh. So I have to switch this. I mean, I've got to put this on so that you all know what to do. And I'm going to also share the information dekat dalam Padlet. So go back to your Padlet. If you scroll down, you will be able to see coaching planner. Betul tak? Can you see in your Padlet? Now we're going back to the Padlet. Okay, go back to your Padlet. And when you now go back to your you'll be given the group. What I want you to do is to go to the third one, the coaching planner tu punya
document.
Thank you very much. I'm tired. Yes. Document. You can write down lah siapa yang nak, the coach can use this, the observer also can use this. Observer siapa yang jadi observer, dia kena tengok how good did the coach do the things that they need to do and what happened. Okay, coach tak payah buat apa-apa. Coach kan cerita dia lah buat cerita. Konon-konon dia adalah siapa-siapa tu lah, Nina tu ke or the other person yang kena jadi tu. So kalau you scroll bawah lagi ada resources, betul tak? Ada PDF resources. Dalam tu ada notes. If you scroll down dekat bawah-bawah tu ada notes yang kod lah the coach needs to find out, to look at the questions ke apa ke. Okay? So yeah. So we're deciding to do this, coaching for success. Can we now break into the groups, Ayin? So when you break into the group 1 and 3, you're going to do situation 5. Group 2 and 4, you're going to do situation 2. So group 1 and 3, you're going to do about Nina. Group 2 and 4, you're going to do about Mei-Ling.
Sorry, Prof. Room 4, there only 2 person because you only have 16. So room 4 tu ada 2 je.
Tak apa, I akan masuk group 4 tu.
Okay, so open sekarang . Alright.
Thank you.
Welcome, Prof.
Ayin, dia pun dah suruh I masuk group yang bukan 4. So I kata not now lah nah. You bubuh I dekat dalam group. Sat, sebelum I masuk kat dalam group tu, I pergi tengok dalam group lain dulu, Sat.
Boleh, Prof, boleh. Okay, sure.
Ayah, what did I do? Ayin, boleh stop
Boleh
juga
close
ke
eh?
macam mana?
Okay, boleh close eh?
Mm-mm.
Okay, baik Prof.
Dah habis dah.
Tak sembang lagi dah. Tak habis sembang ni.
Kan tak ada dah habis lagi.
Ada sikit lagi sambung.
Apalah, nampak macam mana? Bila asalnya this thing is supposed to be 1 day. Tapi bila online ni we cannot afford to do 1 day. Tara buat sampai tengah hari pun semua orang mengantuk dah kan.
Betul,
So
betul.
we just have apa orang kata tu a glimpse lah of what it's all about. Aduh, I keep sharing the wrong way. Wait, yeah. Right. So we had some form of macam ideally this is round 1. Nanti I akan rombak pula ambil lagi satu situation where the coachee pula jadi coach. The observer pula jadi coach. But basically I want everybody to have a feeling of becoming a coach. But unfortunately because of time constraint, at least we have one person becoming the coach. So I want to hear about from the coaches. Siapa yang dia menjadi klien? Apa you rasa? Apa yang you rasa coach tu buat yang menyebabkan you nak bercakap, ataupun you rasa macam tak kena je soalan tu.
Itulah yang berlaku.
Coach, apa maksud dia yang itu yang berlaku?
Okay.
Yan, jawab Yan.
Okay. Bagus coach saya ni. Tengok dalam situasi ni coach dah push me.
Dah paksa no? Tengok ni coach ni.
Okay, actually for me that coach ni personally dia memang ada knowledge, memang especially yang berkaitan dengan situation 2 ni dia ada pengetahuan, ada experience of course. Then melayakkan dia menjadi coach yang profesional for me lah.
Okay, apa yang dia buat yang you rasa dia professional?
Okay, tadi I ada mention about my aims, my goals nak achieve to that project within the duration the periods of time yang nak complete that research, tapi jadi ada masalah macam mana nak uruskan masa. So dia minta coach minta saya follow my flow chart, tengok balik dalam proposal hari tu propose macam mana ikut dia punya time frame yang dia ada tu, so just follow. That means it shows that my coach tu memang tahu apa yang akan hadapi, so dia dah boleh bagi jangkaan dah apa yang akan I lalui. So based on experience dia, tapi dia tak share experience dia share the knowledge dia. Okay, coach share the knowledge dia tentang tu. That's why I kata coach ni memang professional for me lah. And then the composition of the members, saya masih tak confident dengan members, itu masalah saya. So dia kata mungkin ada yang members yang dah biasa dapat grant, so boleh anggap dia sebagai mentor, because I'm the first jadi PI kan, contoh kononnya lah jadi leader, so tak ada experience, so dapatkan experience tu dari orang yang lebih ni dalam members dalam kalangan member yang ada. So dia jawapan, dia cara dia coach tu menunjukkan coach saya memang profesional.
Melambung ni, bagus. Okay.
Bagus lah coach.
I'll come back to that later. And other coaches? Siapa lagi coach? Nur Azwani.
Yeah, me. Kami dapat situation 5, Nina yang lecturer, which is memang ngam lah. Saya memang tak ada pengalaman dan saya memang dapat pula saya punya coach Dr. Ali yang memang pernah jadi koordinator. So memang sharing pengalaman tu sangat sangat dekat di hati lah, orang kata. Memang pengalaman Dr. Ali sendiri, cara sharing pun macam laid back, so kita relax, tak ada rasa macam terlalu stress untuk hadap. So Dr. Ali juga bagi dekat saya tips-tips, and then apa benda yang nak prepare untuk jadi as a new coordinator yang tak ada experience. So memang sangat orang kata berjaya lah bagi saya. Kalau kata saya masalah tu, dan saya rasa saya boleh jadi supervisor kot esok.
Okay, very good. Coach lain? Siapa lagi?
Saya.
Siapa saya? Okay, Dr. Mazrah. Okay.
Okay, untuk team saya tadi pun dapat yang Nina juga for yang lecturer. The most obvious yang saya rasa dalam group tadi tu is I can see that the coach can relate to the problem that I have. Tu je lah kot yang betul-betul nampak impact is because whatever problems that is raised, they can relate to it. They understand it. So I don't need to basically elaborate myself too much of what is the problem. Tapi itulah kot jadi macam sebab dia buat experience in the same area ke tak tahu lah kan. So yeah, that is the most obvious lah one.
Very good observation. Anyone else? Siapa yang jadi coachee that I miss? Because there are 4 groups, I think. I got it wrong. Siapa lagi ya? Anybody else who are coachee? Tadi tak perasan lah pula ya. Dr. Masudi, your coachee siapa Who was your coachee? You?
Bukan saya. Hello?
Siapa?
Hello?
Siapa? Siapa yang dalam tu? Dalam group you? Akak
Faizal
remember
dengan Dr. Faizal.
Dr. Faizal, you and who? How come I can't remember?
Sorry, Allah Akbar. Lupa lah nama.
Dr. Hasnah ke?
Bukan.
Dr. Hasnah was a coach of Dr. Mazrah, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Dr. Masudi was what? Was an observer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Dr. Faizal, you interview siapa?
Nama pun tak ingat.
Mailing
je. Mailing je.
Okay, I know it's mailing. Okay, who is your mailing? You got to remember lah dia punya muka pun. Jadilah. Siapa buka semua orang punya video pakai coach tak ingat dah nama betul.
Aznita kot.
Dr. Kamaru jadi mailing apa?
Tak, Dr. Aznita ke? Is it Dr. Aznita? Oh, semua pakai tak. Yeah, Dr. Aznita, correct. Okay, now I remember her face. Yes. Okay, and so you all, how was the session? Okay, coaches, I nak tanya dekat you. Did the coach tell you what to do?
Yes.
So if the coach tells you what to do, that's not coaching, that's mentoring.
Suggest.
Coaches should not even suggest. Coaches should ask. Remember, coach is to ask. What can you do? How should you be solving this? So dia kena tanya soalan. Baru dia boleh unpack. Kalau tidak, satu yang tadi Dr. Mazrah kata, dia macam faham dah apa yang nak cerita, tapi tak tahulah dia faham kot, dia faham masalah dia ke dia faham masalah saya. You know, so don't get yourself involved in the situation, although even if that situation is similar to what you are facing. Remember, when you are doing coaching, it's the client that is important. The client story is important. Sebab tu client, apa dia cerita tu, macam kita dia andaikan dia akan ada masalah dengan seniors. Tapi tak semestinya. Dia mungkin akan ada masalah dengan seniors tapi dengan cara yang berbeza dengan cara kita ada masalah dengan seniors. So that's why coaches, remember, do not share your experiences. You are merely to ask. So observers now. How did the coach deal with this? Siapa observer sekarang? Semua orang tak mengaku dah. I dah tak tengok.
Grup kami tak ada, grup kami 2 orang je.
Faham. I was your observer, but I wasn't doing the right observation. Tengok sat je, tinggal you all. Tengok sat je, tinggal you all. Okay, the rest of the team yang ada observer, what did you observe? Dr. Kamarul, what did you observe your team the questions?
Yeah, from my observation, Dr. Hasnah has been doing quite well in that he did not beri secara spesifik lah whatever options that the coachee might do, but she tried to facilitate to just facilitate, to just inquire what potential problem that Dr. Mazrah might have, and the response that Dr. Mazrah gave was that as a new coordinator, she might have a problem with senior lecturers who are professors, whereas she's just a newcomer, a plain doctor. So, and then after that, Dr. Hasnah asked lah, so what can you do about that? And then Dr. Mazrah said, "Oh, I don't care. Come whoever
Very garang,
I melayan sama." So dia gitulah. So
alright.
lah.
Okay. Thank you for that observation. Okay, so if she's not, if your coach is not, I like the word you said just now. It's facilitating. So if the coach is facilitating the coachee to find the solution, that is right. It's not about you sharing what you need to be done. You tak boleh cakap macam, why don't you do this? Or maybe you should do this. Or maybe you should do this. That's telling. That's mentoring. Mentoring can do that. Sebab dia ada pengalaman. Jadi dia boleh beritahu kata, oh sepatutnya kan you kena buat macam ni je. Tak. Coaches is to facilitate saja. Sebab tu yang macam tadi you kata, kalau dia tanya kenapa what is your fear, and you said that she said it's because nak jumpa all these professors yang stinger lagi tame daripada muka depa. So okay, so then you say, what are you going to do about this? That's a very good question. So what can you do? How can you overcome your fear? What will be your strategy? So what will be the alternatives? So you are asking those kind of questions untuk dia nak unpack apa yang dia nak kena buat lah. So remember, the key thing is when you're doing coaching, you are not telling. Okay, so you are merely asking to get information. So you start out with the objective dulu. Okay, sekarang ni kita nak the whole reason for doing this is to make sure that there is improvement. There is success. This is coaching for success. There is success. Because congratulations, you just got new appointment. Yang lagi seorang tu, congratulations because you just got you just led a research project. So can you tell me about your objective? So I like the way Dr. Yati asked Dr. Fauziah, what is can you tell me about a bit more about your research? So that is actually opening up, telling what are the possibilities, and then you can start asking, so what do you foresee your challenges ke apa-apa kan? That's where you will start making of all the challenges that you want to that you might face, which one is very crucial to you for us to work on. Sebab tu yang kita nak kena deal kan, kita nak kena buat keputusan yang apa dia sebenarnya yang kita nak kena fokus on. Lepas tu baru kita start our coaching session lah. Okay, was it helpful? The sure steps, was it helpful for you to have a kind of like a structure? Coaches. Now I need to listen to the coaches. Was it helpful or you're very expert, you tak tengok pun langsung tak tengok, because we're like this already, you know, so we know already our sure steps, our sure values. How was it, coaches?
Okay, for me it was very helpful because it set out like a path. How shall I put it? Something that I can refer to over and over again to make sure that I'm on the correct path. So previously I have no idea about coaching, but after today's session, even though it's so short, I think it's very useful.
Alhamdulillah. So basically, it gives you that kind of structure that you know as a coach where you're heading. Because remember, it's a short period of time and it's very specific. So time is an essence. You know, we don't want to prolong it too long sampai dia pun rasa bosan, the client. So we want to make sure that the client feels empowered. So to do that, we need to make sure that we are clear, they are clear, and we are able to do that based on our mutual agreement that it must be done within maybe 2 weeks, maybe 1 week. So ada tak siapa-siapa yang sampai ke action plan? Sempat sampai ke action plan? What they need to do? Tak sempat. Anyone? Kok lah ada? Tak sempat tak sempat nak habiskan lah. So baru nak uncover the problem ya. Understood lah. So once you have already uncovered, you know already, you provide them the alternatives, and the next thing is the action plan. Action plan means they will choose which one that they want to focus on and how long they are going to give it themselves and you for you to be able to evaluate. So ideally, if we can do that until habis, that would be brilliant lah. Of course, as I mentioned, yang ini half day. That's why I kata micro version dah lah online, micro version of the actual thing. The actual thing was done in 2.5 days. So by the time they complete that, everybody gets a chance to become a coach. We can do this for 2.5 days, but whether or not all of you are going to be able to do that, that's a different story altogether. Sebab tu bila kita buat kat ACAP, dia pun tidur kat sana. So memang tak boleh balik office pun, you know. So that's why they are able to commit to that period. But I hope that within that that short period of time, you're able to have some form of guidance and guideline, perhaps template, in order for you to help others around you. It's just that go back to your Padlet again. I hope you can search for are you able to? Go back to the Padlet and go to the reflection section. No, I shall not do that. I shall share here the Padlet. Okay, if you scroll it to the far right, you will find reflection. What have you gained from this short session? I welcome any comments for improvement. This time, if you have not logged in, could you write your name? So you click plus ni, you write your name dulu, and then you continue with whatever with what you have learned, what you have gained from this short session. And then we'll stop for Q&A. Can we do that? Can we do that for 10 minutes?
Okay.
Or maybe 5? Kakak. Tolong add dekat dalam reflection tu ya. You can write in there. Or if you want to upload your Word document pun boleh lah. Up to you.
Prof nak kita buat apa sebenarnya? Reflection.
What have you gained from this session?
Itu je. Untuk semua sekali lah maksudnya.
Well, I hope Dr. Mazra, now that you know the coaching techniques, you can be one of those coaches in the future. And no one, as I mentioned just now, no coach yang tiba-tiba jadi coach, okay? It takes a few good trial and error, you know, a lot of experiences. Then only you're able to do better lah, kan, improving. So while you're waiting for the rest to write their reflection, those who have completed, like Dr. Ali and Dr. Mazra, can you like go to the other group 1, if depending on which group you belong to, don't go to your group, but go to the other groups and write comments, you know, read their tasks, and maybe you want to write comments here, you know, for them to take away. That would be brilliant. So you can add the comments and kat bawah ni lah. I presume BFM Cats channel is Dr. Masudi. Dia nampak gambar you je. Yeah, we can have another series of coaching session. This can be treated as introduction, and then we'll go for the hands-on version. We'll see how it goes. Okay, while everybody is still writing, any questions that you want to further ask before we end? We've got about 10 minutes for Q&A, or any questions that you would like to throw?
Dr. Fauziah, it's Azura.
Yes, Azura.
Yeah. Just now, while being as an observer, okay, I noticed that at times, usually coaches, they are a very well experienced person.
Okay.
Prof. So
okay, boleh.
Somebody is speaking. Kejap. Siapa ya?
So
Dr. Kamaru kot. Okay. Yeah, Azura. Apa ni, coaches are very experienced. Yes.
And then and being a coach, you mentioned just now we should not actually kita patutnya merely ask questions and not sharing our experience, so that the coachee will only lead to another their own thoughts or ideas of what they're going to do, bukan based on the coaches punya experience. So how is it that being a coach untuk elakkan daripada sharing more experience rather than asking questions?
Sebab tu yang saya kata tadi, kejap let me stop sharing first.
Sebab usually kalau orang yang berpengalaman ni, dia akan asyik cerita pengalaman dia, dia akan excited dengan apa yang dia telah lalui kan.
Sebab tu saya kata be careful, jangan jadi mentor dalam proses you nak jadi coach. Mentors you can share. If you take the persona of a mentor, you can share. But when you take a persona of a coach, there's a specific aim that you need to do. Remember, coaching is either you want to coach for their success or you want to coach for improvement. Or performance counselling ni selalunya kita bagi pada expert lah. Expert tu will be people in the counselling yang betul-betul ada counselling punya apa orang kata tu? Training lah. So if you are doing coaching for success or improvement, be careful, don't land yourself into telling them. And when you tell means you want to share, kan? Bila you share, dia jatuh kepada role you sebagai mentor. Sebab coach ni dia nak cari apa sebenarnya yang boleh menyebabkan orang ni lebih sukses kalau dia coaching for success, dan apa cara untuk nak bantu orang ni supaya dia tak ulang lagi apa kesalahan yang dia buat kalau dia coaching for improvement. Coaching for improvement maksudnya dia dah buat kesalahan, dah ada problem, so kita nak improvekan dia kan. Sebab tu antara dua tu, coaching for improvement tu macam mudah untuk coaches untuk nak selami lah, sebab kita dah tahu dah isu dia kan. Sekarang ni kita nak tahu kenapa benda tu berlaku saja kan, apa di sebalik isu tu, apa dia yang penyebab berlakunya perkara tersebut. Tapi kalau coaching for success ni selalunya kita akan tend to tell based on our experience. Yang itu yang kita nak kena berjaga-jaga lah. Kita kena be aware. We have to become, as coaches, we have to be apa orang kata tu, critical, not to become engaged to ourselves rather than becoming engaged to our client. Sebab the sure values is about you becoming engaged to your client kan. You're respecting them, you're engaging them. So kalau kita duk cakap pasal diri kita je, masa bila kita nak engage siapa? Kita duk shock sendiri je lah jawab je kan. Kita nak beritahu kata kita hebat. Itu mentor lah.
Tapi it's not wrong. It is wrong or not wrong to share experience?
When you're doing coaching, it's not that it's not wrong. You are going to not be able to see, the chances of you misjudging them will be higher lah.
Okay.
Kan? Because you have such a short limited period of time to solve this particular issue that they're facing. And you need to know why they're facing it, and then you need to help them to figure out what alternatives that they can do in order to improve. If it's coaching for improvement, what alternatives can they do in order to make sure that they are successful?
Okay.
So if you are spending more of your time to share, you will lose the reason behind why you know what possibilities that they can face kan.
So maksudnya bila seseorang tu datang jumpa tu, kita kena set minda kita, is this a coaching session or mentoring session, macam tu Prof?
Betul.
Kena set mind lah.
Betul. And in coaching, orang tu tak payah datang kat kita. Kita pun boleh pergi kat orang tu. Macam tadi ni, kisah Mei-Ling dengan Nina ni, dia pun tak ada masalah lagi.
Betul. Okay.
So kita yang approach dia apa?
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Sama-sama. Sebab tu yang kita kena set our purpose tu dengan dia orang. Okay, the reason can like do we agree that we can do this coaching session in order for you to have congratulations dulu for winning the project or for leading the school ke apa. Do you think can you tell me about yourself, and then what will be, kalau there's success, what will be the reasons lah? I mean, obstacles that you would like to discuss, because this is a coaching for success. You can explain to them lah. Kalau dia agree, kalau dia tak agree, tak payah nak coach. Jangan nak force them to coach. Macam tadi tu apa, you force them lah, cakap tak kira. Tak boleh. Because they have the right not to become not to be coached by you, because it has to be based on
sukarela, bukan sukarela,
trust and respect.
Terribly brilliant, Dr. Mazra. It's basically based on trust and respect. So if you cannot establish trust with them, then if they don't want you to coach, you have to let go. Jangan you terguris di hati dan tak mau cakap dengan dia. Lah you yang ada masalah. You yang nak kena coaching for improvement. Tak boleh lah. Sebab coaches are basically, dia nak guide. Sama ada dia proactively guide ataupun memang dia facilitate for improvement. Kan? Okay. Good questions. Kalau any more?
Boleh tak kita dapat any guidelines, apa karakteristik yang perlu ada dalam diri seorang coach and mentor? Maybe the difference between two, so that kita boleh differentiate the rules.
Yeah. I don't have for the mentor. Mentor usually because of their experience. Remember I said it's because you share those experiences and you have a vast experience that they treat you as a mentor. But coaching adalah dekat dalam Padlet tu dia ada coaching profile tu kan.
Okay,
go and do that first. Once you do that coaching profile, you'll be able to see what attributes that you have that's strong that you have right now, and what are the attributes that you need to work on. Some people dia tak boleh nak communicate, dia macam dia suka nak interject, dia pantang bila orang cakap, dia pun nak cakap. So dia kena belajar untuk calm down lah. So sebelum ciri-ciri untuk nak bantu orang macam tu will be activities where you have to stop, wait for 3 seconds and 4 seconds before you actually speak. Yang tu ada cara-cara dia lah. Setiap komponen tu ada dia punya cara-cara untuk nak improve on your skills lah. So that profile is good enough. Well, the other thing was the listening tadi tu. That is the fundamental skills that every coach should have. So if you are strong in listening, chances are it's easy for you to improve on the other aspects lah. Kalau listening tu you ada problem, yang tu you kena work on that first. Because people who don't listen, they jump to share. They jump to tell. They don't have the patience to listen. So the minute you don't have the patience to listen, then lambat lagi lah nak jadi coach yang di-respect dan di-trust. So dia pemukirkan mai sekali je, lepas tu tak main dah. Macam in the end it's about her, it's not about me. the coachee pun terasa macam I don't get anything from this session. So kita tak nak macam tu lah kan. But as I said, it's not like after coming for this half day session you can become if you can, wow, you're terribly brilliant. These are skills that you need to develop over time. and there bound to be mistakes that you have done that you need to improve, and that's why some people actually go to the extent of recording the session. The recording of the session is not just for them to remember what the coach says, but more to it than that is actually to see whether dia jadi macam observer. Bila dia tengok dia punya recorded version tu, is for them to see, did I ask the right questions? So recorded tu can be in the form of, phone audio recording, but of course you must get the consent of your client lah. Tak boleh lah you record dengan pasang CCTV ke apa kan. Yang tu dia akan violate the trust lah tadi. So apa pun you have to be transparent to your client lah. And you explain to the client that you are also trying to improve on the way in which you are doing your coaching. So inshallah, if they build on trust, they will let you do that lah. Right. If everybody can switch on their camera. Ayin, are you still there?
Yeah, Prof. Yes.
Can we have a photo of people?
Sure.
Who's here? Can we switch on the camera and
switch on the camera?
Yeah, I'm so happy that all of you are here. I know it's already 1 o'clock. I'm glad that I'm sorry if there's anything that I did not do well or in the short period of time. Dr. Faisal, you've got 2 devices and none of it is open. Where are you? Doctor, yay. Okay, good.
Okay. Everybody ready?
Okay.
Count on 3. Okay, facing camera, smile. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Okay. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
Hey, okay, QR code. Rini.
Yeah, okay, Kak Rini.
Thank you, Rini. Thank you, everybody, for staying until the end.
Thank you so much, Prof.
I hope it's bermanfaat. Thank you.
Thank you semua. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much. Pun nak ambil juga.
Thank you.
Ya, yang ni baru pakai attendance with QR code, okay? Not the QR scanner pula.
Terima kasih, Prof. Terima kasih semua. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sorry, Dr. Mas, I baru tengok dia ni. Alamak,